all right. We are live. Welcome in, Deathful, Valhalla, Vidya, Dragon Knight, Dragonborn. I know you said you were just stopping by, but hello anyway if you still got the tab open. And Lucky Otter, welcome into chat. Lucky Otter says, Yo como pan. What kind of bread you eating? I like bread. Bread's tasty. Very high in carbs and, you know, makes you fat too, but sometimes that's fun. Speaking as a fat person myself. How are you all doing today? I have actually quite a few things to talk about today. I am excited to get into it. Obviously I've got my I've got a couple stories to cover, and we've also got my reviews. This week I saw the movie The Royal Hotel, The Exorcist Believer, and When Evil Lurks as well. We've got the newest episode of Star Trek Lower Decks to talk about. But before we get all into that, I just wanted to just chat with y'all for a minute. There's this when I started upstream and I saw that it was Deathful and Valhalla Vidya in chat. I don't know why, but there is this drill tweet that came to mind, and I'm trying to think of here. Let me see if I can search it. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Now, this tweet is gendered, and that's not the intention. That's not why I was thinking of it. It was just because you two are the two most consistent viewers and streams. So this was the tweet from Drill that came up. It was me after seeing two guys in any context whatsoever. Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to imply anything there. It's just, I don't know why, but my mind just immediately went there because it's like, oh, it's the regulars. Well. Slideful says, drinking coffee from my first aid cup. What's a first aid cup? Like, is that a cup where you keep your first aid supplies? Or is it like... yeah, the usual suspects, exactly. Anywho, let me see if I've got my stories up in here. Discord. Let me pull up Discord and see what you've got. Oh! Yep, here, actually, let me open that in the browser. That is indeed a first aid cup. Hey, Ron's KFC, welcome in. Yeah, we're just I'm just shooting the shit with chat before I get into segments, but we got quite a few of those to get into. So why don't I get started with probably the happiest news I've got to cover today. Okay. Oh, hey, chat commands do work. I was like, I don't think that chat command's gonna work, but it surely does. Okay. So here we are, getting ready for the first segment. As you know, I am a huge nerd. And while I am a huge nerd in general, I am primarily a huge Star Trek nerd. I have seen every episode of every series at least once and probably multiple times. I have reviewed almost every single piece of Star Trek media that's come out. Any TV show that came out before Discovery, I have reviewed every single episode of it. I ran a blog for 7 years where I did all that. So Star Trek is kind of my thing. It's kind of my big focus. I mean, when I decided to start streaming, I literally made my announcement video saying I was doing Star Trek review streams. Obviously, I've branched off from that. I'm doing more general entertainment coverage, but, you know, Star Trek is still near and dear to me. Now, Star Trek Prodigy is an animated series that we have one season of, and then Paramount unceremoniously canceled it and pulled it from Paramount Plus when season 2 was almost done. Like, they were in post-production. They were months away from releasing it, and Paramount just pulled the plug. And I did a segment on it at the time, and I ended that segment by saying, odds are good it's going to find another home, because it's almost finished. It would be stupid for another streaming site not to pick it up, because it's you can get it for basically pennies on the dollar for the amount of work that still needs to go into it, what they needs to fund it to finish the production. And I am happy to report that Star Trek Prodigy to stream on Netflix. Previously aired first season coming to the platform later this year, with the new second season of the animated series slated to debut in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. And NB Pals, you did it too. Particularly because we've got an NB Pal right here. This is Zero. They are a Medusan. They're an energy being. They use they, them pronouns. I don't really think gender exists as a concept for the Medusans, since they're energy beings. They're kind of their own thing. But yeah, Star Trek Prodigy has been renewed. StarTrek.com is pleased to report Star Trek Prodigy has found its new home at Netflix. The previously aired first season of the animated kids series will be coming to the service later in 2023. In addition, the new second season, currently in production, is slated to debut on Netflix in 2024. We don't know exactly when in 2024. I'm hoping earlier rather than later, but that's what we got. Star Trek Prodigy is the first Star Trek series aimed at younger audiences and follows a motley crew of young aliens who must figure out how to work together while navigating a greater galaxy in search of a better future. These 6 young outcasts know nothing about the ship they have commandeered, a first in the history of the Star Trek franchise, but over the course of their adventures together, they will each be introduced to Starfleet and the ideals it represents. And yeah, so it is a show for kids, and it's probably one of the best ways to introduce people to Star Trek, especially if you have kids. Like, my 2 shows that I would recommend everyone start with if they want to get into Star Trek is Prodigy and Strange New Worlds. And it was, it used to be very easy to just say, okay, well, they're both on Paramount. Go watch those on Paramount. But Prodigy's not there anymore. Now, it's still not on Netflix yet, but it's going up there. Thank you to our incredible Star Trek Prodigy fans who champion not just a show, but a community that's always been connected by the belief that we build a better future together, said executive producer Alex Kurtzman and co-showrunners Dan and Kevin Hageman. We set out to inspire you, but you inspired us. The team is still hard at work on the second season, and we can't wait to share it with the amazing fans around the world. I've always held that the Star Trek fan base is among the strongest and most intelligent in the world. They have shown their collective passion, and we're happy to be able to celebrate Prodigy once again, said Kate Mulgrew, voice of Admiral Janeway. Now, you might notice, why is an actor talking about this? The SAG-AFTRA strike is still going on, which I've got a segment that we're definitely going to be talking about in a minute here. But the animation contract for SAG-AFTRA, I think, is a completely separate contract than the current film and TV contracts that they are negotiating and striking on. In fact, when SAG-AFTRA was issuing things asking people not to cosplay for struck works, it was noted that animated works were not struck works, and so people going to Star Trek conventions were like, oh, well then I'm going to wear wear the Lower Decks uniforms or the Prodigy uniforms, because those were good. So Kate Mulgrew, while she is currently on strike as a SAG-AFTRA member for, live action stuff, TV and movies, she's still allowed to promote Prodigy. Prodigy's not a struck work. Earlier this summer, Kevin and Dan Hageman revealed an extended first look at the second season's premiere episode, where the former crew of the USS Protostar and now Warrant Starfleet officers in training are reunited for an internship under the command of Admiral Janeway. Escorting them to the Admiral's new ship is Janeway's dear friend, the Doctor. So we're getting the Doctor from Voyager as a new character in season 2. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, anyway, and the rest of this, this is StarTrek.com, so obviously it's going to be a big puff piece about it and just kind of talking about it. But I'm so happy that they're finally bringing this show back. Lucky Otter says, asking people outside of the union not to cosplay is insane. like, obviously it's not enforceable. I generally tend to look at a lot of the instructions that they were giving as primarily for SAG-AFTRA members. Like, they had the whole page for SAG-AFTRA influencers, which a lot of people were looking at and taking to mean it was instructions for all influencers. But no. I think, yeah, I think the cosplay rule itself, yeah, I would say make your best calls on that one. But yeah, anyway. So I figured Netflix would probably pick this show up. And actually, Netflix has been the home for Star Trek for a long time. Actually, the reason that I started my review blog getting all of Star Trek was when Netflix picked up all of Star Trek, and I was like, oh, I can just watch it all. So, you know, it's easy. It's all at my fingertips. And also, when Paramount Plus was like first launching, it wasn't available outside of the US and Canada, I think. And so, Star Trek Discovery overseas was first airing on Netflix. So Netflix and Star Trek, they've got a long history of working together. So it was a natural pick to go for once Paramount Plus canned the show. But the idea that like a year ago, Paramount was touting itself as the home for all of Star Trek, and it's no longer the home for all of Star Trek. And the last month or so, they've actually been celebrating the 50th anniversary of the animated series. And they were celebrating it by releasing some called Very Short Treks. Short Treks was an anthology series that they had a couple years ago where they would do like 5 to 15 minute episodes focusing on like individual characters from different series. And the Very Short Treks one, it's a non-canon series. They're all up on YouTube right now. But they have the voice cast from a bunch of different series reprising their roles, but it's all done in like the 70s, the animated series style. And at the end of every single one of those episodes, we have this card right here. Get more drawn into Star Trek animation. Watch Star Trek Lower Decks and Star Trek the Animated Series on Paramount Plus. Absolutely no mention is made of Prodigy, because of course you can't watch it on Paramount Plus, but it is part of Star Trek animation. It's just very glaring that it's not here. And even though the show is coming back, it's not coming back here. So you're splitting your audience. True Star Trek fans, if they want to watch everything, have to go and pay for a second subscription. It was such a bad business decision on Paramount's part, and I'm never gonna let them go. I'm never gonna let it go against them. Like, they're idiots. If they want Star Trek all in one place, they should have Star Trek all in one place. That being said, we've got it back. I am so happy. And I look forward to it. It looks like it's good. There's like a 5 minutes trailer or a 5 minute extended like scene that was in that article that I watched that obviously I can't show you because it'll get copyright struck. But it looks very exciting. I'm looking forward to what they're going to be doing with season 2. And I also hope that because I know Chakotay is like a recurring character on the show. I still kind of hope that they recast him. I don't think that's going to happen, but considering that Robert Beltran's a scab, I don't feel good about keeping him on the series. But that's an issue for another day when that comes up. For now, I can just be happy that Star Trek Prodigy is coming back. All right. Give me a second here. I'm getting my next segment ready. Okay. So last time I talked about the SAG-AFTRA strike, they were in negotiations with the AMPTP, which, right on the heels of the WGA getting basically everything they were asking for, felt to me at the time like this was going to be mostly a formality, especially as the talks ended on, when the talks ended on Friday last week, and then they announced that they would be resuming on Monday. They were just, taking the weekend to get their own stuff together and then going back. It kind of looked hopeful, right? It looked like they were about to reach a new deal, and we were going to be able to see Hollywood get back to business. But I regret to inform you that the AMPTP be AMPTPing. This is the SAG-AFTRA official Twitter account. To our fellow SAG-AFTRA members, it is with profound disappointment that we report the industry CEOs have walked away from the bargaining table after refusing to counter our latest offer. We have negotiated with them in good faith, despite the fact that last week they presented an offer that was shockingly worth less than they proposed before the strike began. I could read the individual text, or I could just have the big pictures on screen because it's all the same text here. But yeah, okay. These companies refuse to protect performers from being replaced by AI. They refuse to increase your wages to keep up with inflation, and they refuse to share a tiny portion of the immense revenue your work generates for them. We have made big, meaningful counters on our end, including completely transforming our revenue share proposal, which would cost the companies less than 57 cents per subscriber each year. They have rejected our proposals and refused to counter. Instead, they use bully tactics. Just tonight, they intentionally misrepresented to the press the cost of the above proposal, overstating it by 60%. They have done the same with AI, claiming to protect performer consent, but continuing to demand consent on the first day of employment for use of a performer's digital replica for an entire cinematic universe or any franchise project. The companies are using the same failed strategy they tried to inflict on the WGA, putting out misleading information in an attempt to fool our members into abandoning our solidarity and putting pressure on our negotiators. But just like the writers, our members are smarter than that and will not be fooled. We feel the pain these companies have inflicted on our members, our strike captains, IATSE, Teamsters, and Basic Crafts union members, and everyone in this industry. We have sacrificed too much to capitulate to their stonewalling and greed. We stand united and ready to negotiate today, tomorrow, and every day. Our resolve is unwavering. Join us on picket lines and at solidarity events around the country and let your voices be heard. One day longer, one day stronger, as long as it takes. Hey, Paco, welcome in. So, yeah, the AMPTP walked away from the negotiating table, which means that we are probably not going to see an end to this strike until like year's end. I don't anticipate them coming back to the table for at least a month. And my source on that is vibes. Obviously, this is just my impression based on how they were negotiating with the WGA when they had the brief session with the industry CEOs meeting with the negotiators. They basically used that to try and browbeat the union, and then just walked away and didn't resume negotiations for another month. So I suspect they're trying the same tactic here with SAG-AFTRA. I don't know why. They clearly got their asses kicked in the WGA negotiations. Surely they can't imagine that they're going to get a better deal here. Maybe they're thinking because the WGA got a deal that now it's time for SAG-AFTRA to, just capitulate and be like, see, you should have taken our deal originally. WGA got what they wanted. You held out and you didn't take our deal. So, screw you. Especially the idea that that during this conversation, what did it say? It, where was it? Yeah. We have negotiated with them in good faith, despite the fact that last week they presented an offer that was shockingly worth less than they proposed before the strike began. Yeah, so they're actually countering down, which does not sound to me like a company that is engaging in good faith negotiations. So what happened? Well, the Hollywood Reporter has an interview with Duncan Crabtree Ireland, who is the National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator for SAG-AFTRA. So, I have not actually read this yet. I figured we could go through it together. One day after Hollywood's top companies announced that talks with performers union SAG-AFTRA would be suspended for this foreseeable future, Duncan Crabtree Ireland was back on the picket lines at Netflix, rallying members. The National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator for the union gave a speech at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Van Ness Avenue, telling his members, "One day longer, one day stronger." Afterward, he explained to the Hollywood Reporter how, in his view, the talks with the AMPTP had broken down. According to Crabtree Ireland, the decision was mystifying and arrived from the studio side after a fairly typical day of negotiations. "I was certainly taken by surprise," he said. Crabtree Ireland also discussed the state of proposals around artificial intelligence, why the WGA success-based streaming residual won't work for his union, and what his message to the industry is on the 91st day of SAG-AFTRA's strike. THR has asked the AMPTP for comment on the union leader's remarks. I'm guessing this means AMPTP has not gotten back to THR yet. Now, I will remind you that the Hollywood Reporter, like Deadline and like Variety, are all owned by one parent company, Penske Media, which also owns Dick Clark Productions, which is a member of the AMPTP. So before we get into this, before we see what questions are being asked and how THR might be framing this, keep that in mind that there is a financial incentive for these industry rags to side with the AMPTP. That doesn't extend to every single reporter there, but it does mean you need to consider editorial control of these papers, what they choose to publish, and what angles they choose to investigate on. But with that being said, let's go ahead and read this interview. In your view, what happened in the room that led to the breakdown in talks? I'm not even clear that it's something that happened in the room, because the vibe yesterday was similar to all of our previous sessions with them, which I would describe as very candid, very direct, intense at times, but in a respectful sort of way. So I was certainly taken by surprise by their decision last night to call me and cancel our scheduled negotiation session for today and to tell me that they don't plan to return to the table. I think that's a completely wrong-headed decision. There is no way to move this forward without talking, and it took them so long to get back to the table in the first place. It's really disappointing that after this amount of time, they would just walk away again. When did they call you? The first call was about 5:30 p.m. yesterday, so this interview was published today. So yeah, 5:30 p.m. on the 11th. You said in your speech that you offered a proposal right before they suspended discussions. Yeah, we spent most of our time together yesterday working through a comprehensive counterproposal that we gave to them. On Monday, we gave them a counterproposal on AI. All of that is waiting for their response. We made a huge concession on streaming revenue share, changing that proposal away from a revenue percentage into just a viewership proposal. Massive move in their direction. I'm truly shocked that they have not responded favorably to that and that they instead decided to walk away from the table. It is mystifying to me why they think that is a way to move this process forward. SAG-AFTRA said in its statement this morning that the offer the studios provided most recently was less valuable than the one that they offered before the strike. Do you have any numbers that can illustrate that, or can you explain why that might be? Yeah, I can explain why. I probably can't give you exact numbers, but basically what they did is they tried to push out all of the changes in the contract based on the amount of time that the strike has lasted. And so because now obviously we're in October, that's basically trying to push out wage increases, trying to push out all of the other gains that should be in the contract. And so that obviously lowers the value of that contract because you don't get your raise until later, you've lost out on money, so that's how that happens. Okay. So because of the length of the strike, it means that the minimum gains would show up at a later point in the cycle. In your view, what are the outstanding issues at this point? We still don't have a resolution on the biggest issues. They haven't moved on minimums. They haven't done anything to try and address inflation for our lowest earning members. That's not right. we still don't have a deal on AI. They continue to insist on having the right to get consent from someone, so-called consent from someone, on day one of working on a franchise project, and use that consent for the entire duration of the franchise. Yeah, no, no, that's bad. That is a situation where you show up for one day of filming on a Marvel project, and then they don't want to hire you back, but you were playing a character that is kind of important at some point in the MCU. Well, they just paste your face on somebody else and keep going with it. No, thank you. So you want to have multiple points of consent? Well, right. I mean, for example, if you get your big break and you get to work on a Marvel movie as a weekly performer or something like that, if 10 years later they want to put you in another Marvel movie, they need to come back to you and ask you. What they want is to say, you can either take this job and give us consent forever, or we'll cast somebody else. That's not right. It's not real consent. Can't consent to something that hasn't even been imagined yet, and that's what they want. So things like that. AI basic minimums, what we are now calling our streaming viewership proposal. All of these big issues are still open because they're refusing to move, and it's really frustrating. It sounds like the AMPTP offered SAG-AFTRA its proposal to the Writers Guild of America in terms of a bonus that would reward successful streaming programs. Why won't that work for SAG-AFTRA? For our purposes, it doesn't adequately address the range of performers who need to be compensated better in streaming. You know, writers work in a totally different economic structure than actors do, and that bonus proposal is limited to only a small number of projects that appear on those platforms. Our proposal from the beginning has been to provide compensation for the contribution that's made by all of our members on these streaming platforms, and we can't agree to something that's structured in the same way that it is for the writers. It just doesn't work for us. Wolf says time travel consent. Yeah, no, you can't consent to things that haven't been even invented yet. But how did the CEOs change the dynamic in the negotiating room, if at all? We were able to have some very direct conversations about topics that other people haven't really been able to dig into in terms of what their reasoning is for things. I mean, hearing from the CEOs, finally, it took them a few days to get around to it, saying, "We just will not agree to a revenue share proposal under any circumstance. We will not share revenue, period." Hearing that from the ultimate decision maker does help you figure out how to structure your response to that. And as I mentioned, we accommodated that by changing our proposal to attach a totally different way. So having them in the room has the potential to make a huge difference, but they've got to be there. They've got to be in the room and they have to engage. Having them in the room and just refusing to respond to proposals doesn't really get us in. Okay. Yeah. And I'm wondering if their counter proposal for this, which the CEOs probably still saw as asking for revenue share, if this is their, like, if they just have set a red line and saying we won't budge on this at all, maybe that has to do with their decision to walk away now. But again, like, the longer the strike goes on, the more money they're gonna lose, and the more it's going to look appealing to just give the actors what they want. But again, when you look at how much Warner Brothers has already lost in this strike, and its losses incurred starting from the writer's strike itself, that ended up being like 10 times what it actually would just cost them to give the writers what they wanted. At some point, it's not just about the numbers on the balance sheet, it's about the power. They don't want actors to be in a better financial situation because they want the power over the actors. They want the actors desperate and willing to agree to anything. Because, you know, Tim Cook needs a new yacht. Right? What is your message to the industry now that we're 91 days into the SAG-AFTRA strike and folks are feeling it? My message to the companies is get back in the room, get back to the table. This walking away thing isn't a way to make progress. To all of the workers in the industry, including our own members and everybody else who's suffering because of this industry's shutdown, just know we are doing everything in our power to try and negotiate a fair deal. We will not sell our members out, we will have a fair deal, but we are ready to work every day to do it. And the interruption in this negotiation, I hope, will be very short, because I hope that everyone in this industry will tell the studios, the streamers, and their CEOs to get back in the room and let's work out a deal. Admiral Palka says it's not just about the current costs, it's about having the power to prevent future costs. Yeah, exactly. and that's why the guild needs to stick together and stick it out, and people need to. There are like strike funds that people can donate to that will, help out struggling actors who've been out of work for 3 months. I've been thinking about doing a fundraiser stream for. Hang on, let me see if I've got. I know I had a link for this somewhere. There's the Entertainment Community Fund, which is on Tiltify, and that is a fund that goes to help out basically not just performers, but like a lot of people in the industry, because the strike isn't just affecting the actors. Obviously, without actors on set, everybody else on set doesn't have much to film, right? I mean, you could be filming like B-roll footage of like landscapes, but that's not a lot, right? So yeah, I had been thinking about doing it for a while, and then I kind of, once WGA got their deal, was like, well, maybe the time's run out on that one. Maybe by the time I get it organized and all put together, the actor strike will be done too. But with AMPTP walking away like this, I don't see an end to the strike in like the next month. So maybe I'll organize something like that. But I've never put together a fundraiser stream before myself, so I would need to talk to other people who have done it and get some more advice. Tiltify does have the entertainment. Yeah, what was it? I had the page open and I closed it. Yeah, the Entertainment Community Fund. They're set up on Tiltify, which is a crowdfunding app that has like streamer plugins and stuff. Like, I think Keffels, she did her big fundraiser using Tiltify. I think Vosh has done Tiltify the charity fundraisers as well. So it might be something that I do, but I'll have to think more about it and see who I can get involved to pitch in and make it an entertaining stream and an informative stream. Maybe I can reach out to members of SAG-AFTRA, see if somebody wants to come on. I know there are some Star Trek actors who are pretty accessible, so if I could get one of them in, that would be pretty cool. But this is all very disappointing to see from the AMPTP, and I think I had a couple more articles to go over on this one. Yeah, okay, here we are. Variety has theirs. How SAG-AFTRA talks collapsed. I was taken completely by surprise. Union Chief says. So some of this is going to be referencing the THR interview with Duncan Crabtree Ireland. Yeah, let's see. All of that is stuff we already know. The AMPTP announced Wednesday night that the talks have been suspended, saying the differences between the sides is too great and that conversations are no longer moving us in a productive direction. There's okay, so according to Crabtree Ireland, the studios have flatly rejected the union's demand for a 2% share of streaming revenue, so on Wednesday they brought in a new proposal under which actors would be paid a set rate per subscriber from each of the major streaming platforms. Among other disagreements, the two sides do not see eye to eye on the cost of the proposal. SAG-AFTRA believes it would cost about $500 million per year, or 57 cents per subscriber. The AMPTP, which negotiates on behalf of the studios, pegged the cost at more than $800 million, or about $1.08 per subscriber. Either way, the CEOs believe it is economically irrational and not a basis for further talks. Management sources noted that in some regions outside the US, the average revenue per user metric does not reach the dollar threshold. The AMPTP has offered SAG-AFTRA a viewership-based bonus that would be patterned off the agreement reached last month with the WGA, but for SAG-AFTRA, that won't fly. Yeah, and Duncan Crabtree Ireland already talked about that. So, I saw some... Oh, yeah, okay, here we are. Yeah, it's a very modest sharing of the massive money that they generate from our members' work, Crabtree Ireland said. It amounts to less than a postage stamp per year per subscriber. Is that really so much to ask? Ted Sarandos, the co-CEO of Netflix, appeared on stage at the Bloomberg Screen Time conference on Thursday morning. He called the union subscriber-based fee a levy on subscribers. It just felt like a bridge too far to add this deep into the negotiation, he said. Yeah, no. I think everybody in the entertainment industry whose work is being shown on screen is owed residuals for it. And that means revenue share. And that means, Ted Sarandos, you're going to have to pony up some of your hard-earned cash. But we'll see how that goes. The studios in the union remain at odds on several other items, including artificial intelligence and increases in minimums to keep pace with inflation. The CEOs are particularly focused on the role of Fran Drescher, the union's president, who has taken an active part in talks over the last 2 weeks. The one-time star of The Nanny, Drescher has been credited with coming up with the initial concept of the union's revenue-sharing proposal. Studio sources said that Drescher has been adamant that the negotiation is an opportunity to change the world for actors. These sources believe she has spent more time making speeches and is unwilling to engage in productive talks. Now, again, remember, Variety, member of the AMPTP through, their parent company. So, how they're going to frame this on Fran Drescher, yeah, we'll see. The studio side believes that when the WGA returned to bargaining in late September, its leaders were serious about making a deal, and that SAG-AFTRA is not there yet. That's absurd, because what we saw once the AMPTP made a deal with WGA is that the WGA got everything they were asking for. So, obviously, the WGA was always serious about making a deal. And here we've got them just acting like nobody, like what happened with the WGA is completely irrelevant to the SAG-AFTRA deal, I don't know. It's this is BS. This is just absolutely not true. This is just their negotiating tactic. They're stomping their feet and going, no, we can't charge 57 cents per subscriber per year to pay for actors to live. The AMPTP published its most recent proposal on Wednesday night in hopes that rank-and-file members will read it and see it as a reasonable basis for further negotiation. The AMPTP made a similar move when talks stalled with the WGA in mid-August, which prompted backlash from members who saw it as an attempt to circumvent leadership. Crabtree Ireland said that the union remains ready and willing to negotiate. Donna Langley, NBC Universal Chief Content Officer, who with Sarandos are among the 4 senior studio executives who have met with SAG-AFTRA in 8 bargaining sessions, told the Screen Time conference on Wednesday night that executives were committed to getting to the finish line, but 2 hours after she spoke, the AMPTP issued the lengthy statement that surprised the SAG-AFTRA team. We've been spending time with the actors, and we want to spend as much time as it takes until we can reach a resolution and get the industry back on its feet and back to work, Langley said. On Thursday morning, Crabtree Ireland was resolute. They're the ones who walked away from the table, not us. Now, there was one further article on this from THR that had actors react to the studio talks breaking down. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want to look to see, specifically read the actual actors' quotes. Many of the actors did not seem surprised at the outcome. I've been following what happened with the WGA, and we know they've been going back and forth with the AMPTP as well, and we know how greedy they've been and reluctant on giving everyone a fair deal right now, actor Davis Tamar told THR. Everybody was really hopeful that this was going to be the end, but no, I wasn't surprised based off the way that talks went at the beginning of the strike, Adam Shapiro said. We're actors, the threat of losing our houses, that's already what it's like being an actor. We're hustlers, this is what we do. If we've got to be out here another month to be paid fairly and to be valued the way that we should be, then that's what we've got to do. It's easy to get discouraged and disheartened, it's easy to lose hope, it's easy to fall into anger, Saul Crespo, New Amsterdam told THR on the picket lines. But part of what makes artists is resiliency and the fact that this is what we love to do and nothing is going to stop us from doing that. Here we are, day 91, they made a deal with WGA, and so it's also like, is this a tactic? Is it not? Well, obviously it's a tactic. But honestly, we don't have time for that. We've lost so much work, a lot of money, a lot of people out of work. I think we're sort of licking our wounds a little bit, but it's a normal response to have. Things felt like they were going so well, and it's not what we hoped for. Jeffrey Blake added, morale is not great today. This is about half of what we see usually, so by announcing their letter, I hope it doesn't decrease morale. I think that's the intention. I think this is the time not to get dejected. This is the time to fire up. Yeah, I think so as well. Let's see. Who else do we have? This is from a WGA member. I'm looking specifically to see what the actors have to say, since, you know, it's their jobs. I was sad to see them break down. Daniel Francis, perhaps best known for his turn in comedy classic Mean Girls, said of the negotiations. For an industry that is supposed to be creative, it's also giving. We give ourselves, our time, our energy, our emotion. And for the greed to be the thing to be ruling this town, it's just so disappointing. What we're asking for is what we deserve. They're still going to make hundreds of millions of dollars, but we just need to make a little bit of money to live. Yeah. I remember seeing Michelle Hurd, who is the SAG-AFTRA LA vice president, and she was also on Star Trek Picard. She played Rafi Musiker. I remember seeing a talk from her where she said that, like, you take an actor who has been, say, like, in 4 things you've seen this year. Say they've had 4 TV guest spots, and you're thinking, oh wow, that actor's doing really well. Well, for each guest spot, they would be paid, like, what, $8,000. So for 4 of those for the year, that's $32,000. That's, like, nothing in LA. That is not a living wage in LA. So even for actors that you perceive as like, oh wow, they're making it, they're hustling, they're getting there, they're getting work, they're not getting paid. Many performers on the picket lines on Thursday referenced residuals as a major issue they were still concerned about. Residuals is what gets a lot of actors through the lean times because it's never a 24/7 gig, actor Scott Perry added. Most actors are lucky to get a couple of gigs a year, and they get residuals to help people go into the next one. Now, absent those residuals, they don't have a means to stay afloat. So, you know, until somebody hits it big, that is their lifeline. Blake added, it used to be that I thought I could support my whole family. I could put my kids through school, have a very nice middle-class life. That does not exist anymore. The residuals from streaming, non-existent. The residuals from network, certainly depleted. We as the actors are not getting paid our fair share. We're not, and it has to change. So we will be out here until they pay our fair share. Apart from residuals, actors said that the most important bargaining point is the use of artificial intelligence. Just using our likeness and not having to get paid for it. That's not right, said Robert Hockey, a SAG-AFTRA strike captain and actor. They have to come and meet us on that one. That's not right. The copy editing on this one is like, that's not right to at all. And also it says said Robert Hockey, comma said. Yeah, like I think they rushed this article out, so there's some copy editing that they kind of missed. We're talking about the usage of our likeness across all media throughout the universe in perpetuity, added Perry. And if you're being paid once for that without any residuals for lifetime use behind your own lifetime, that really changes the talent that's out there. Some actors say they're struggling to make ends meet lately, a situation that certainly hasn't improved during the work stoppage. Like, for example, wonders whether he can pay his monthly insurance costs or take his kids to the doctor if they need it. Francis has found a second act with stand-up comedy, but hopes that something happens. At this point, they've got all the money, and we don't have any of it. Amid disappointed hopes, there was still a lot of determination on the picket lines. They're hoping that we're desperate enough to take any deal that was placed on the table, Perry said, and that's just not the case. Well, I certainly hope that they can find a deal soon. I hope the AMPTP realizes that this negotiation tactic isn't going to work and comes back. But unfortunately, I don't anticipate them coming back to the table probably for another month. I would be happy to be wrong if, like, by the next stream they're back at the table. I'm totally happy to be wrong on that one. But I fear we're in this for the longer haul. Okay. That's that for that one. Now I've got one final segment here to talk about before I get into my reviews. Give me a second. Getting a drink. All right. Lucky Outer says, "Will this stream cover game strikes?" I have actually talked about the about SAG-AFTRA voting strike authorization against the video game industry, but until more information comes on that one, there's really not much to cover. They were negotiating with them for a couple of days, but then those talks ended once they were coming back to the table with the AMPTP. Now that the AMPTP has walked away, maybe they'll be able to resume with the video game industry, but something tells me that the video game industry is even less inclined to negotiate in good faith than the AMPTP is. So, you said, will you do full seggies on it come the time? Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's just seeing the waiting for the news on it, right? But anyway, here we go. Marvel. We've all seen it. We know what it is. Had a couple of good phases. Infinity War is probably one of my favorite movies. And then Disney Plus came out, and it all seems to kind of tank. Have you ever got the feeling watching one of these Disney Plus MCU shows that they kind of are rudderless? Like, they don't have somebody in charge, like they were all just kind of cobbling it together by committee, and there was no actual like coherent consistent vision to it. Well, that's because apparently that's how they have been operating all of their shows. Daredevil hits reset button as Marvel overhauls its TV business. Launched during the pandemic with a playbook to shoot $150 million plus seasons with no pilots, the Disney unit is undergoing growing pains and seeing the logic of traditional TV culture. It didn't take long to see the problem after Marvel Studios' Daredevil Born Again paused production in mid-June during the writer's strike. Fewer than half of the series' 18 episodes had been shot, but it was enough for Marvel executives, including Chief Kevin Feige, to review the footage and come away with a clear-eyed assessment the show wasn't working. So, in late September, Marvel quietly let go of head writers Chris Ord and Matt Corman, and also released the directors for the remainder of the season as part of a significant creative reboot of the series, THR has learned. The studio is now on the hunt for new writers and directors for the project, which stars Charlie Cox as Matt Murdock, a blind lawyer turned superhero. This looks so bad. They've filmed like half the series, and they're just firing everyone. Who knows how much of what they filmed they're even going to keep. The Daredevil revamp is the latest in a series of growing pains for Marvel Television. Since debuting the Emmy-winning WandaVision in January 2021, the studio, which dominated the film industry in the 2010s, has released more than 50 hours of TV programming after creating a small-screen division from the ground up during the pandemic. Through it all, the company eschewed the traditional TV-making model. It didn't commission pilots, but instead shot entire $150 million plus seasons of TV on the fly. It didn't hire showrunners, but instead depended on film executives to run its series. And as Marvel does for its movies, it relied on post-production and reshoots to fix what wasn't working. Boy, let me tell you, that is the least surprising paragraph I have read about the MCU in a long time. Even though they remain, along with Star Wars titles, the most watched shows on Disney+, Marvel series have recently faced a number of creative challenges and cries of diminishing returns from critics and audience metrics, causing a major shift at the studio to move to make TV shows the more traditional way. We've got here a chart showing the total viewing in minutes and total number of episodes. So we can see Loki with 5.2 billion viewing hours, viewing minutes, I guess. WandaVision with 4.8 billion. Falcon and the Winter Soldier with 4.2 billion. These were the first 3 shows that they released. Then we've got She-Hulk, and then Moon Knight, and then Hawkeye, and then Secret Invasion, and then What If, and then Miss Marvel. And Secret Invasion was their most recent one. Now, obviously, we've got Loki Season 2 is currently out now, currently airing. But Secret Invasion was their last one, which I think pretty much everyone agrees was the worst Marvel series that they have put out. And, man, that one was a mess. But they are just, they're not doing great. We're trying to marry the Marvel culture with the traditional television culture, says Brad Winderbaum, Marvel's head of streaming, television, and animation. It comes down to how can we tell stories in television that honor what's so great about the source material. With Daredevil's new direction, Marvel hopes to right the ship on a project with sky-high expectations. The show is Marvel's first to feature a hero who already had a successful series on Netflix running 3 seasons. But sources say that Corman and Ord crafted a legal procedural that did not resemble the Netflix version known for its action and violence. Cox didn't even show up in costume until the 4th episode. Marvel, after greenlighting the concept, found itself needing to rethink the original intention of the show. Now, I saw something from the guy who runs the Discussing Film Twitter account, and so I don't know how reliable this information is. There's a lot of accounts out there who have, like, you know, leaked information. Like, I check Marvel Studios Spoilers, the subreddit, on occasion, and there's a lot of people who have insider sources, but that doesn't mean that their information is always reliable. But what I heard is that the reason he's not in costume as Daredevil until the 4th episode is that he hangs up the costume because apparently in the 1st episode, they kill off Karen and Foggy, who are the heart and soul of the Netflix series. And I really hope, now that they're going back to the drawing board and hiring new writers and directors, that they completely undo that. Because I know that Karen and Foggy weren't going to be in this show, at least as they announced it, but now that they're going back, I would really like them to bring those characters back. And yeah, I think that's a horrible decision to not have them there and to kill them off. Not just like, oh, Matt decided to go on a solo practice, they're off doing something somewhere else, you know. That's a horrible decision. Marvel plans to keep some scenes and episodes, though other serialized elements will be injected, with Corman and Ord becoming executive producers on the 2-season series. That just means they get a credit for the work that they've done, but they're not going to be involved. The executive producer title at the end cards, like, Stan Lee was an executive producer on all of the MCU movies, and he had nothing to do with them at all. All he did was show up for a day to shoot a cameo. Beyond that, he had no creative control or any financial control of those films, right? It's just, it's a fancy title that you give some people. Especially people who have been fired. Daredevil is far from the first Marvel series to undergo drastic behind-the-scenes changes. Those who work with Marvel on the TV side have complained of a lack of central vision that has, according to sources, begun to afflict the studio's shows with creative differences in tension. TV is a writer-driven medium, says one insider familiar with the Marvel process. Marvel is a Marvel-driven medium. On the Oscar Isaac starrer Moon Knight, I mean, I guess that's a word that's kind of weird to... Okay. On the Oscar Isaac starrer Moon Knight, show creator and writer Jeremy Slater quit, and director Mohamed Diab took the reins. Jessica Gao developed and wrote She-Hulk Attorney at Law, but was sidelined once director Kat Coiro came on board. Production was challenging with COVID hitting cast and crew, and Gao was brought back to oversee post-production, a typical showrunner duty, but it's the rare Marvel head writer who has such oversight. Even though the company does not have a writer's first approach to TV, directors could feel shortchanged as well. The whole fix-it-and-post attitude makes it feel like a director doesn't matter sometimes, says one person familiar with the process. As its shows ramped up during the pandemic, Marvel stepped outside its usual staffing process and brought in outside execs after years of internally promoting creatives who had been sufficiently trained in the Marvel method. This change was felt most severely on Secret Invasion, the Samuel L. Jackson-led thriller that stands as Marvel's worst-reviewed series, and deservedly worst-reviewed series. That thing, oh my god, what a mess. Kyle Bradstreet, a writer and executive producer on USA Network's Emmy winner Mr. Robot, fantastic show, had been working on the scripts for Secret Invasion for about a year when he was abruptly replaced after Marvel decided on a different direction. Enter new writer Brian Tucker, who pens the crime thriller Broken City, Thomas Bazooka, who helms the thriller Let 'Em Go, and Ali Salim, who worked on Hulu's 9/11 drama The Looming Tower, were on board as directors and to help crack the story. So far, so normal, at least by Marvel's creative development standards. Details are murky, but what happened next in the summer of 2022 debilitated the production as factions became entrenched and leaders vied for supremacy during Secret Invasion's pre-production in London. It was weeks of people not getting along and it erupted, said an insider. Marvel declined to directly comment on the matter. Yeah, Secret Invasion, I genuinely don't know what the direction of that show was. For a story in which everybody is could theoretically be replaced by an alien, they decided that a big chunk of the movie, or a big chunk of the show, was going to be devoted to Nick Fury's relationship with a wife that we've never heard of before. So yeah, no, and then the whole idea of having the Super Skrulls in so that you could replace superheroes and have their powers, but then it ended up just being the two Super Skrulls who fought each other. They would just, their arms would change to different heroes' arms whenever they would use their powers. It was so bad. And for the stakes that basically the stakes of the show was supposed to be World War III, it did not feel like a very big show to have those stakes. The company dispatched Jonathan Schwartz, a senior executive and member of Marvel's creative steering committee known as the Parliament, to get Secret Invasion back on track when it was falling behind schedule and on the verge of losing some actors because of other commitments. By early September, a good portion of the Invasion team had been replaced with new line producers, unit production managers, and assistant directors. And Bazooka, who was supposed to direct 3 episodes, left the show because of new scheduling conflicts. The Marvel executive overseeing the show, Chris Gary, was reassigned and, according to sources, is expected to depart Marvel when his contract is up at the end of the year. In other words, dude, yeah, you messed up this show so bad, we are not giving you another show to work on. As it moves forward, Marvel is making concrete changes in how it makes TV. It now has plans to hire showrunners. Yes, thank you. Imagine that. They've been face-rolling their way through trying to reinvent television, and it turns out that actually studios have figured out how to run good shows, and it means having a showrunner run the show. Having a central voice whose creative vision can help direct the entire thing, turns out makes for a much better product than just a committee bashing it together, vying with each other for control, and then just hoping that the mismatch of whatever they've got is gonna come out to something anybody's gonna like. Yeah, correct, Paco. Turns out showrunners are important. Gao's post-production work on She-Hulk helped Marvel see that it would be helpful for its shows to have a creative through line from start to finish. So once they actually tried it, they're like, oh, well, that's why Hollywood does it. It feels like they went into TV with all of the arrogance of having dominated the box office for a decade and figuring that TV is basically the same industry as the movies. It's a term we've not only grown comfortable with, but also learned to embrace, says Winderbaum of showrunners and Marvel TV's intention to hire them. The studio also plans on having full-time TV execs rather than having executives straddle both television and film. That makes sense too. We need executives that are dedicated to this medium, that are going to focus on streaming, focus on television, says Winderbaum, because they are 2 different forms. It also is revamping its development process. Showrunners will write pilots and show Bibles. The days of Marvel shooting an entire series from She-Hulk to Secret Invasion, then looking at what's working, what's not, are done. Yes, that is a good idea. Pilots are important because that you have some initial upfront investment. You're building sets, you're casting people. But if a pilot doesn't work, you can, cut your losses early, or you can see what doesn't work and reshoot and fix it, and that will inform you much earlier than filming the entire series and then finding out it doesn't work. Game of Thrones famously reshot most of its original pilot. And up until the last couple seasons, that show was phenomenal. And so it's very, very important to kind of respect the process that Hollywood has, fine-tuned over 100 years on how to make a TV show, And just as Loki, which returned October 5th, marked Marvel's first season 2 of a series out of 9 TV shows to date, the studio plans on leaning into the idea of multi-season serialized TV, stepping away from the limited series format that has defined it. Marvel wants to create shows that run several seasons where characters can take time to develop relationships with the audience rather than feeling as if they are there as a setup for a big crossover event. Thank you. Also, they've got to get away from this idea of only doing 6-episode seasons. It's way too short. It just feels like they're trying to make a movie with some additional scenes. I don't think it works at all. I think it doesn't give us enough time to grow with the characters. It doesn't give enough time for enough stuff to happen in the show. They should be making 10 to 12 episode seasons. Now, granted, on a TV budget, that means that you're probably going to have to scale down some of your expectations for what you're doing, but people are fine with having TV maybe not having the grand scale of a $200 million blockbuster summer release. That's fine. I'm happy to accept that if it means we get better stories for it. Because CGI... to quote George Lucas, a special effect without a story is a pretty boring thing. Alright. Some of its next shows, in fact, promise to be more personal stories. Echo, which premieres in January, is a grounded crime story with few visual effects, revolving around deaf Native American anti-hero Maya Lopez, played by Alaqua Cox. Wonder Man, a show that was paused because of the writers and actor strikes, is meant to be a behind-the-scenes look at Hollywood and a character study of Simon Williams, played by Yahya Abdul-Mateen, a superhero who has a side gig as an actor and stunt person. That sounds interesting. I'm not really familiar with Wonder Man as a character, but that sounds like an interesting show. I don't know about Echo. I watched... Echo's character was introduced in Hawkeye. I like I like the idea of introducing a deaf character, and I like that they cast an actual deaf actress to play her. And they also even the deaf actress is an amputee. She had one of her feet amputated, and that's not the case for Echo in the comics, but they decided to work that into her character for this. Hopefully they can do something good with it, but I wasn't super invested in her character in Hawkeye. Hawkeye itself was kind of eh. I mean, most of these shows are eh. So I don't have high hopes for Echo, but the fact that they're doing a grounded crime story with few visual effects, that sounds like it could potentially give us something like the Netflix Marvel series, the grounded street level action. None of the Netflix Marvel series were any kind of huge budget things, but that still gave us Daredevil and the Punisher, and Jessica Jones and Luke Cage and Iron Fist. Actually, I haven't seen season 2 of Iron Fist. I did hear that was better. Season 1 of Iron Fist was horrible, but Netflix was able to do really, really, really solid Marvel shows. And they didn't need to break the bank to do it. So hopefully they have something with Echo that they've got an interesting story hook. I think for Echo, they were saying they were going to be releasing all of those episodes at once rather than doing a weekly release. We'll see if that's still the case. But yeah. Winterbomb says he wants people to watch the shows because they love the characters. It should work, he says, beyond the fact that it ties into other projects or if they're going to be in a movie or if it is setting up an Avengers film. Yes, if a show is just there to set up an Avengers film, people are going to be like, okay, this is homework, I guess. The Miss Marvel show, I like the character of Kamala Khan. But unfortunately, that show was kind of directionless. and seeing the trailers for the Marvels, it really felt like it was just an extended setup to have the character introduced so that people go watch the Marvels. Yeah. Anyway, that's that for that segment. And now we've got reviews to do. So give me a second here. Need to pull up my notes. Okay, so the first movie that I saw this week is called The Royal Hotel. It's an Australian film about a couple of girls on vacation in Australia who run out of money and take a paying gig bartending in the middle of the outback in a mining town. And the movie is kind of a slow burn about girls in a vulnerable situation dealing with the power dynamics of, kind of being out in the middle of nowhere. There's not, nowhere for them to like really run to. And it's a mining town, so it's majority male, and they're working at a bar. So there's, problem customers there. And basically it's just, it's about them having to, deal with the objectification and some of the creepier customers, all while they're kind of dealing with the fact that they're kind of, naive college-aged girls who are just, like, they basically drank their way out of money, and now they're here in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do but serve lonely men drinks. Now, this movie wasn't one that I had heard anything about before I saw it. And I actually primarily saw it just because there was a couple other things that were coming out this week that I was more interested in seeing, but none of them were actually playing at an AMC theater. And since the way that I do this, I have a AMC Stubs A-List subscription, which lets me see up to 3 movies a week. But it has to be at an AMC theater. So if something's only playing at Regal, I'm kind of SOL there. So sadly, I am at the tender mercies of AMC actually showing me the movies that it shows me the trailers for. And some of those definitely have not been showing up in the theaters. This movie, it's kind of, I don't know, it's very slow paced. There is some tension built up, particularly with this one guy who has strong, like, stalker vibes to him. Hugo Weaving is in the movie, and I didn't even recognize him at first because he's got a big full beard, but he plays the bar owner who drinks so much of his own stock that he basically forgets to pay people and is kind of just a piece of crap in his own right. But I don't know. This felt like an indie film that had just enough promise in the performances that it was given a wide release, but I didn't really feel any kind of strong connection to it one way or the other. Some good performances. Jessica Henwick is in it, she was in, what was the character she played? She was in Iron Fist. She played like Danny Rand's friend who was also a martial artist herself. Yeah, it was not the greatest. I'd give it a pass. I saw The Exorcist Believer this week, and I have not seen the original Exorcist. Shocking, I know. It's such an iconic film. You would think I should have seen it. But I have absorbed a lot of it just through pop cultural osmosis. You know, I don't even know why I need to worry about demonetization. But there's certain lines that if I say them and I had monetization would definitely get the this video demonetized. But your mother bleep bleeps in hell. But yeah, this movie is a reboot basically. Now, if you've seen the trailers for it, the trailers very prominently feature the character of Chris McNeil, who was the mother of the possessed child from the first movie. And the trailers would have you believe that Chris McNeil is like one of the main characters of the film. She is absolutely not. Basically, everything that she does in the film is shown in the trailers. She is a glorified cameo. If you cut all of her scenes out, the movie would play out exactly the same. She is just there to give like connective tissue to be like, oh, this is the we're rebooting the franchise, but here's the character from the original to give us the blessing so that we all know it's the same franchise, right? I don't think the movie needed it. I don't really think it helped it. Again, I don't have a connection to the original film, so like I don't care about her character prior to going into this, other than knowing that she was in the first one. And it really just felt like she's here as a marketing gimmick. The actual main character of the film is played by Leslie Odom Jr., who played Aaron Burr in Hamilton. And he is a single dad who is, I think, the title Believer, I think that's referring specifically to him, because he is a skeptic. He doesn't believe in gods or the supernatural, basically up until his daughter starts exhibiting supernatural abilities as part of the possession, and then he kind of has to accept something's going on. But the film, I think, is going out of its way to try and reject the notion that like the Catholic Church has like the authoritative stance on exorcisms. Like there's even a point where like a Catholic priest has been ordered by the church not to get involved in this exorcism. They think, just refer the kids to psychiatric counseling, and then the priest decides to disregard the orders of his diocese and help out with the exorcism. And it's played up initially like, oh, here comes the hero to save the day, and he absolutely does not save the day. And it felt like it was a complete rejection of, no, the Catholic Church doesn't actually have all the answers here. And the way that they do the exorcism, it seems like intentionally very multicultural. Like there's hints of like Haitian voodoo and other cultural practices, and they even talk about how different cultures who have dealt with possession and exorcisms that aren't necessarily from a Christian perspective, how like the one thing that all of the successful things had in common was people working together in community. And that is basically ultimately, what saves the daughter, right? Is her dad finding, direct connection with her through his dead wife, her mother, that she never actually got to meet. But I felt like the film was like that was the goal that they were going for, but like it kind of got a little muddied by everything. And I also have to say that having the Catholic priest show up at the exorcism being treated as like some big triumphant moment is a little weird, because if you see in the trailers, that there's two girls who are possessed, and the parents of the other girl, they're kind of they're side characters. Leslie Odom Jr. is the main character of this film, but they attend a they're not Catholic, but they attend an Anabaptist congregation. I don't know exactly what denomination they are, but they're a denomination. Actually, they might be Baptist. Is it Baptists that don't do whatever they are. They're one of the denominations that doesn't do child baptisms. They have to wait until kids are of age to make their own consent on it. And anyway, their pastor is there. Their pastor is at the exorcism, and I'm just like, well, what are you doing? Like, you're a pastor too, and you're just like here, like, oh, good, the Catholic's here. I'm like, dude, you're a Protestant. You don't accept the authority of the Catholic Church. But yeah, Lucky Otter says woke the Exorcist. Kind of, yeah. I do appreciate the rejection of the authority of the Catholic Church because, as a somebody who's certainly had an edgy Reddit atheist phase, I have my distaste for the Catholic Church, and I don't really appreciate its kind of like cultural hegemonic status in a lot of these kinds of media, particularly demon possession films. It basically seems like the Catholic Church is the default, and it really kind of feels like the Exorcist, the original Exorcist, is the reason for that. So, as they're trying to do a reboot on this, maybe that's what they're going for. Now, I would not put a lot of stock in them getting a sequel to this because the movie has been not performing well at the box office, and in fact, they are releasing it to digital purchase in like 2 weeks. So like it's been out in theaters not even a full week, and they already announced, oh yeah, no, it'll be available on digital on October 24th. That does not bode well for the film. Now, part of that might also be that they want it ready for home media consumption on Halloween, so that people who are having Halloween parties can watch it. So from that perspective, it makes sense. But the fact that it literally just came out, and then 3 weeks after it comes out, it'll be available for purchase on home media. It should say something about its dismal box office performance. Lucky Otter says, "Is it horror?" Yeah, it's horror. It's a horror movie. I mean, it's a couple of girls who get possessed by demons and all of the demony possession things that they can do, like vomiting blood everywhere. That seems to be like the big thing these days, is vomiting blood. I think in the original Exorcist, didn't she vomit like pea soup or something? But nowadays, everything's vomiting blood. Which my the next film that I have to talk about will bring that one up as well. But I walked out of this one going, that was a film that exists, but it didn't really impress me that much. One thing that did impress me though is Anne Dowd. You've probably seen her on The Handmaid's Tale. She played Aunt Lydia. She was in Hereditary. She's in this film. She plays a neighbor of the main characters who's also a nurse, and she was she had tried to become a nun, but then stopped right before. So she kind of is there as like the down to earth but like spiritual advisor who has all of the wise things to say about the nature of good and evil. And it's kind of a stock character, but Anne Dowd plays that stuff really well. I think she's a really good actress. I really liked her in Hereditary, where she played the kindly seeming but then ultimately sinister leader of the cult. I like her in this one, even though she, like I said, she's kind of a generic stock character. I think she's a really strong character actor who plays that stuff really well. And so I want to see her in more horror movies. I want to see her do all of the expository dialogue and explaining about the nature of good and evil in all of these movies. I think she could just, that could be a solid career for her in the future, is just doing that. And some of those lines are in the trailer, and you can see it, and it's good. I like Anne Dowd in it. Leslie Odom Jr., this isn't the strongest performance of his career. I really liked him in Hamilton. In this one, I think he was all right, but it could also just be he didn't have the material to work with. Scientethful says, I can vomit blood without demons. That's boring. Yeah. Anyway, Exorcist Believer, I don't believe they will be getting a second one of these. All right, the last movie that I saw this week is probably the best movie that I have seen this year. It's an Argentinian horror film called When Evil Lurks. I don't know what the original Spanish title for it is. It's flashed on screen when the movie started, but I'm sure you can look it up. It's in theaters right now, but it will be on Shudder, which is the horror streaming service, by the end of the month. And even though I criticized The Exorcist for doing that, The Exorcist Believer was like a big budget, like mainstream release from Hollywood. This is an Argentinian film getting an American release. So I think it was produced also by Shudder, the horror streaming service. So they just wanted to make sure it could get a theatrical release, probably for like the award shows, but then it will be available for streaming. So if it's not playing in one of your local theaters, don't worry, there will be a way to watch it soon, and you're going to want to see this one. I went in not really knowing much about it. I think I had seen a trailer for it, but I'd kind of forgotten. This is an amazing film, and just like Exorcist Believer, which I just watched, it is another demon possession movie, and I think this one is by far the better one. The movie is set in a kind of a post-apocalyptic world, but in a way where you're not really aware of it at first, because a lot of people are just still like living their lives, doing the normal day-to-day stuff that you might have otherwise, except that there has been a plague of demon possessions that have basically been wiping out entire areas, and there's like all these rules about how it works that they lay out, and how you have to deal with with possession, and a lot of these rules are difficult to follow. Like you know, you watch the movies, and the people in the horror movie, they don't do what they should be doing to survive, and you're like, oh, you're stupid. For this movie, a lot of these rules are genuinely hard to follow. And so, while you have characters who make stupid mistakes that screw them over, the stupid mistakes they make aren't the result of bad writing. They are the result of them being human and making very understandable mistakes. Adam Alpaca says the Spanish title is Cuando acecha la maldad, which I assume translates to When Evil Lurks. If not, I don't speak Spanish, so there you go. But basically, the way that the demon possession works in this movie is you've got two kinds of demon possession. You've got the rotten and the possessed, and the rotten is the main one. Basically, the rotten is a human who has been turned into a chrysalis for a demon to be born. And they're called rotten, and they look like a bloated corpse, but they're still alive. And the possessed are those around the rotten that the demon is able to influence to help protect it while it prepares to be born from the rotten. And the movie is about a couple of brothers in a rural area who find out that one of their neighbors has been hiding their son, who is a rotten, for like a year, and they're just like, we didn't know how to deal with it. And so they try and get rid of the rotten, but there's rules on how to dispose of it that aren't quite clear. And basically the film is just a series of them trying to protect their family as everyone is getting possessed around them, and all of the ways that those possessions cause people to do unconventional things. It's the way that it works. It's a lot like the Deadites in the Evil Dead series, where like you're talking to somebody and they might seem normal, but then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're not behaving normal. You're actually a Deadite. It's like that, but without the Sam Raimi cheese to it. And there's one interesting aspect to this film that I'm kind of torn about, because I think it was done in an interesting way, and certainly a way that had some clever horror twists to it. But I don't know how I feel about the implications of it. One of the characters one of the characters has a couple of sons. The main character has a couple of sons, and one of his sons is a nonverbal autistic. And at some point, they meet up with like an expert in dealing with the rotten and the possessed, and she like looks at the nonverbal autistic and is like, he's possessed. And they're like, no, he's just nonverbal autistic, he's always like that. She's like, no, I've seen autistic people. Look at the hands. And like they look at the guy's hands, and his hands are all twisted and gnarled. And she's like, when they get into the autistic's brain, they don't know how to work the motor functions, because it's such a different brain. But you can always tell by looking at the hands and the feet. And so the idea that basically treating autistic people like they're aliens, whose brains are so different that it causes the demon to have problems controlling them. Yeah, I would need to talk to more autistic people about that. And it's also kind of particularly because it's very hard to hear from nonverbal autistic people about their thoughts on this. I don't know how I feel about them doing that. But Lucky Otter says that could be used to explore how demonic possession is similar to autism symptoms. Side Edful says that's not how autism works. Yeah, like I said, I think it was the way that they did it was clever from a writing standpoint, but I don't know how respectful it is to the actual ways that autism works, and I don't know how respectful it was to the autism community. But there is one terrifying moment when you realize that the demon has gotten full control of the autistic kid, because he walks in through the door with zero mobility issues and just speaks normal Spanish, and it just is behaving like a normal kid. And by normal, I mean, neurotypical. And just walking by his grandma, who just sits there in terror as she sees this kid walking in, speaking normal sentences, behaving like a normal kid. But that's the realization is, oh, they figured out how to how to break through the autistic barrier or whatnot, and now they have full control of him. And I was actually I was talking about this the other day with a couple of friends of mine, who pointed out that's an interesting like subversion, where like maybe in the past things that we used to call demonic possession would nowadays probably be more accurately acknowledged as symptoms of autism, where this turns it on its head, where the symptoms of autism are actually signs that the kid's okay, and it's when he's behaving neurotypically that's when, that's the twist. That's when the demonic possession sets in. But again, I think it's a clever bit of writing. I just don't know how respectful it is. So that's the part of the film that I'm very conflicted on. But it's a very scary movie in very relatable ways. I haven't seen probably any Argentinian cinema before this point. So, having no actors to recognize, just going into this, the whole thing, it's so refreshing. It's probably one of the best films that I have seen in the last, decade. And it's definitely the best film that I've seen this year. I can't recommend it enough. If you can't see it in theaters because it's just not playing in your area, I try to watch my movies, I try to watch matinees, and this one was only playing at night in my area, so I decided to go watch some movies at night, which I tell you, that was interesting, because after I got out of the theater, got into my car, dark and raining, and my Waze on my phone wasn't working. Like, I had to restart it several times, so I'm sitting here dealing with my phone on the fritz while I'm trying to get it up so I can get directions. I mean, obviously, I know how to... I go to the theater enough, I know where it is. It's just I like to have ways up there to alert me of, like, traffic accidents or cops setting things up. But it was just the eeriness of sitting in the parking lot and having something not work right after getting out of a pretty good horror movie that, you know... on an intellectual level, I knew everything was fine, but it's just that little bit of a it was a nice touch after getting out of a really good horror movie to walk out into the night sky and have issues getting everything started up. Lucky Otter says stereotypes of demonic possession are similar to some autism symptoms. This could be used to explore that. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about, and you know, by having the kid suddenly just walking and talking normally was you know, like a direct inversion of what traditional demonic possession stories might have been. But yeah, I highly recommend this movie. There's gore in it, but I don't think it's excessive. And this movie is not reliant on jump scares at all. Even as there might be like shocking moments, the movie is really just building up on the fear of everyone around you at any point could become possessed by this demon. I highly recommend seeing it. And if you can't see it yet, you will be able to in like 2 or 3 weeks, because it'll be on Shudder. 10 out of 10. Go see this movie. Okay, we are in episode 7 of season 4 of Lower Decks. It's called A Few Badgies More. And if you have watched Lower Decks, you might have noticed that there's kind of a recurring theme of rogue AIs becoming problems for the Cerritos crew. And this episode has all of them in one episode. We've got Badgie, the psychopathic holographic badge guy who's supposed to be kind of like Clippy, that Rutherford programmed, who ended up becoming homicidal. You've got Peanut Hamper, who is the exocomp who deserted from Starfleet. And then you have, what's his name? I wrote it down and I keep forgetting it. Agamus. Agamus is a more classic evil computer character that you might have seen in like he's an original character for Lower Decks, but he's the kind of evil computer that you might have seen in an episode of the original series, right? Like that kind of evil computer that has taken over society, and you know, basically everyone just follows what it dictates without thought. And that character is voiced by Jeffrey Combs, who is a veteran Star Trek actor who has played a multitude of roles, as well, probably most notably Weyoun from Deep Space Nine and Shran from Star Trek Enterprise. But this episode is actually kind of about rehabilitation, because all of these rogue AIs who have at various points tried to kill the entire crew, it's kind of about finding ways that they can exist in society and finding things that they learn to value enough to stop being the evil rogue AIs that they are. Admiral Paco says he played roughly 25% of Star Trek characters. Listen, you're not wrong. There is literally an episode of Deep Space Nine where both Weyoun and Brunt show up. So Jeffrey Combs played 2 characters in a single episode of Deep Space Nine. That's how many characters he played in the franchise. So anyway, they're kind of split up, and they split everyone up. They have Boimler and Tendi go over to the Daystrom Institute, because the Daystrom Institute has the rogue AI rehabilitation program, where both why am I blanking on his name? Agamus and Peanut Hamper have been rehabilitating, and although their plan is to Peanut Hamper's up for parole, and so their plan is once she gets to parole, she'll help break him out, and then they'll go conquer some other planet. But Tendi is here to testify at Peanut Hamper's parole hearing, and Boimler's there because Agamus says he's got intel for the Federation, but he will only tell it to Boimler. And so they're like, okay, so obviously he's just going to try and lead me on, trick me into lowering my guard so that he can kidnap me and lead me on some big global domination plot. And so that's exactly what Agamus is trying for, but the whole implication as Tendi and Boimler are kidnapped by Agamus is they're fully in control and they're letting him play out because Boimler's mission is to get intel from him. And so he goes and conquers the most easily conquered planet in the universe, and Boimler's like, oh man, this is horrible. Starfleet surely won't be able to reverse this in an hour. And Lucky Otter says how they exist on screen together. So Wayun and Brunt didn't interact in that episode of Deep Space Nine. They were in separate plots, but so Jeffrey Combs probably just he filmed them on separate days of shooting and stuff like that, because I think getting into and out of 2 sets of alien makeup in a single day, that probably would have been too tall an order. It can take a couple hours to get into and out of that makeup. So but back to the episode. And then as for as it turns out, Peanut Hamper, even though she was thinking that she was lying to try and trick everyone on the parole board, once she read the statement that she had for the parole board, she realized that she actually kind of believed it. The rehabilitation's actually working, and she doesn't want to do the global domination. She just kind of wants to go back to the other exocomps and find value and community there. And when Agamus realizes she's ditching his plans for global domination to just help out her family, and Agamus won't be able to do the global conquering on his own. I mean, he can do it, but it's not as fun without his new friend. He starts thinking, well, maybe I can work on bettering myself so that I can get paroled and get out of here and just hang out with my friend instead. And that's kind of the B plot of the story. The main one is that Badgie, who's the rogue AI that Rutherford had made, he was kept stored in Rutherford's old cybernetic implant, and a Druk-Mari ship finds it and tries to salvage it, but it immediately attaches onto the Druk-Mari captain's face, so Badgie takes over that ship, and Rutherford tries to like sacrifice himself because Badgie wants to kill him so that the Cerritos crew will be free. But but Rutherford decides to take a different tactic and like gives Badgie a hug, because Rutherford created Badgie, and Badgie has basically been trying to kill him for not for unspecified reasons. But Rutherford realized, I haven't been treating you as a son. And when he does that, Badgie starts getting conflicted and splits off all of his feelings of love to his dad into a new character called Gudgie. And then Rutherford tries to get him to think logically about his plans, and when the logic of what those plans entails conflicts with his desire to enact homicidal violence, he decides to split off his logical feelings into a new character called Logicy. And so having just a bunch of different versions of Badgie the character, that was a lot of fun. And ultimately, Badgie eventually just kind of realizes, once he almost like gets control of the entire universe and like becomes like an omniscient being, that his homicidal rage isn't actually what drives him, or not anymore. he doesn't see the value in it, and he decides to ascend to become a higher being instead. So the episode was really just taking the rogue AI characters from previous episodes and giving them possibly happier endings, and trying to go with the message that anybody can be rehabilitated. And I've been thinking a lot about the messages of rehabilitation lately. I don't necessarily know that I like the whole idea of Badgie going away by gaining ultimate power, and by gaining the ultimate power he realizes he doesn't want to kill everyone. Like that doesn't. I think the implications of that are a little unfortunate. Like the idea that, oh well, if Hitler gains ultimate power, maybe he'll find his humanity. Like, yeah, I don't think so. But I do appreciate that Star Trek is trying to go for the effort of finding stories about rehabilitation. I just don't know that this one was handled the best way, you know? But I think this episode was a lot of fun, and while it is references to previous Star Trek, it's references to previous episodes of Lower Decks, so we're getting continuity within the show. I don't feel like this show was very over-reliant on jokey references to previous shows in the franchise. And I like it. And also, we get some hints on what's going on with that ship that has been showing up at the beginning of each episode, and the blowing up all of those other ships. As it turns out, they're not actually being blown up. They are being kidnapped, and then debris is left behind to make it look like they were blown up. So that should be interesting. I'm very curious to find out what that little ship is up to and why it's collecting different crews from around the quadrant. Anyway, that's it for my reviews for the week. I think we are about ready to get into some gaming. Now, okay. I see after I was talking about all of that, we had a little bit of an argument here in chat. Regarding the whole autism thing. Where are we at here? Is Lower Decks on Netflix? No, Lower Decks is on Paramount Plus. Hey, Lucky Otter, Valhalla Video, can you, if you've got an issue with each other, can we table that? Valhalla doesn't like being described as wacky. I would just leave it at that. But I think we are ready to get into video games. So I haven't quite decided which one I want to play yet today. But I've got a couple. Can I set up a poll here? I can do a poll. So, what game to play? There's... what else? Okay, starting a poll here. Now, here, actually, let me pull up my Steam library. Give me a second. So that we can at least see what games I've got here. I've got it sorted both ready to play, so these are games that I've got installed. Obviously, I've got more in my library, but anything else I would need to download. But let's see how the poll's going. So we've got 1 for Ur-Quan Masters, 2 for Minecraft. Is there any way to make this bigger? No. Baldur's Gate 100% Halton Romance. Well, I don't have Baldur's Gate. Also, hi, I'm a cocksucker. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't have Baldur's Gate 3 yet. Hey, yeah, can we take the argument elsewhere than chat? Okay. All right. Well, it looks like we've got 60% for Minecraft. Okay, let me get Minecraft started up. Give me a second here. Play. No, it's not it. Hang on just a second. Getting it started up here. I'll go ahead and close the poll. It's just I have to open up the game through yeah, here we go. Okay. Nope, that's not the one I want. How about there we go. And game audio. There we go. All right. Now, I started this one like at the end of last stream, but I only played like one day of it. I did load it up just to let the clock run out to daytime, so that I didn't have to contend with monsters spawning and everything. But it is actually, let me get a boat so I can look for stuff. Oh, there's a zombie going. Here's some caves. Oops. There we go. Oh. Come on. Don't shoot me. No, get out of the water. Come over here. Come back on land. Come back on land so you can die. I don't even have a weapon yet. I guess I could use a pick. There we go. Oh, a sheep. I don't have shears, so I... Oh. Of course there are 3 sheep, all of different colors. That doesn't help me. I got 1 wool off of that. I'm gonna have 3 different colored wools, which means I can't build a bed from it. Where'd that other sheep go? I saw you. Here you go. Bop that skeleton. Okay, I need some more stone. So I can, ooh, and you hate how on Bedrock zombies and skeletons try to take cover in the day. Well, I'm playing on Java, so that's not an issue here. But the skeleton jumping into the water was a problem because that extinguishes the fire. How much cobble did I get? I should grab some more cobble. Oh, I just realized I was still recording. There we go. I don't need to record this segment. I'm just playing video game. Did I hear a skeleton somewhere? Or am I hearing my keyboard? I mean, I do know with Dark Forest, there's a lot of canopy cover that mobs can hide under, but okay. Yeah, that was enough stone at least to get started with some other materials. Now, I still need to find some more sheep so that I can build myself a bed. But let's go ahead here. Okay, so actually let me grab that. Let's get a stone axe. Oops, those are logs. It's hard to tell the logs from the planks. And then a stone sword. And yeah, I can't make the bed yet because I don't even have the wool. Here, I'm curious. Would it even be possible to, here, if I get, I don't think I can. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Okay, well, that's what I've got for right now. And actually, hang on, I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm, oops, come on. There we go. Okay, let's go find some sheepies. I don't know why I didn't take the boat. Ooh. Some more coal. I don't have a shovel, so... I also need some food here soon. Okay, we're still not at noon yet, so we've got plenty of light. But I must find a sheepy. Maybe there's some sheepies over there. I'm going to go back to base and get my boat. Actually, there's one thing I need to set, because this one thing... Where is it? Yeah, this one. Actually, I have to reset. There we go. Done. Because while I'm holding a torch in my hand, it updates the light locally for me, but for some reason the plugin that does it resets to the fast mode, which only updates like once a second or something. And I wanted to have it a much smoother update, but it doesn't save those settings whenever I quit. Yeah, you said my torch is illuminating the environment because this is... Oh, geez, do I? I did. I got some food. Okay. Let's build an oven and cook some meat. A furnace, whatever you're called. What did I get? Yep. I guess we're going to cook some mutton. What else we got in here? I could do the rotten flesh, but that poisons you too, right? So, probably not. I'm actually going to hang on to these guys. There we go. I'm also going to build a shovel while I'm at it. There we go. And a couple more torches. Okay. What are you over there? I don't know. Not a sheep, though. What I need is a sheep. Oh. Damn. We're having another sunset, and I don't have enough wool for the sheeps. Or for the sleeps, I should say. Well, Guess we're going back to base then. Don't really want to contend with my guys. What do we got in here? I have 1 arrow, a bone, 7 red mushrooms, 2 rotten flesh, 2 doors. Barely have anything. What I need to start doing, I'm just gonna start digging my way down. Digging my way downtown. Here. Let's put that I should probably check my light level here and make sure. It's 6 block. I set it here. Okay. I was just checking because it used to be that, like, what was it? You would need a light level of 8 to prevent mobs from spawning, but now a light level of 1 will prevent them from spawning, so I just need to make sure I have enough light every once in a while to get it going. Old Minecraft music makes you nostalgic. This isn't old Minecraft music to me. Like, this one is a little bit... I mean, it is, like... I guess, considering how I've been playing Minecraft since the alpha, so I guess it's not old music to me, but it is C418, so I guess that all counts as old music now. What are we at? Level. If I set it right here, is that enough? Fully light everything up? Yes. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna need to build another pick, so let's head on back up. Let's see, where are we at? Got quite a bit still. Oh, wait, I was gonna build a pick. I guess I do have the wooden pickaxe, but I'm probably just going to save that for fuel. Have a good one, Paco. Oh, it's clay. Wait, if there's clay here, then that must mean... Yeah, I'm digging out all the clay. There must be something here. Well, would you look at that? I got some iron. I've never seen a bunch of clay like this underground that wasn't like I was thinking if I'm seeing clay, then I must be right by a lush cave. But I've never just seen a big clay deposit like this. This is weird. Well, there we go. There's a cave here. It's underwater. Not exactly what I like to see from my caves. Well, I'm going to keep digging down here. I can come back to that, actually. Why don't I put a torch in there? That way don't run into any monsters spawning there. Yeah, that's weird, because this is not a lush cave. This is an underwater cave. Now, it looks like it does go deeper, but yeah, I don't really feel comfortable exploring an underwater cave right now. Yay. Ooh, there's a cave nearby. Can definitely hear the monsters. Here, let me... Oh, and I heard a slime, too. So there's a slime chunk. Light in here. Now I need to make sure that I don't run out of light. Nope, I do. Okay, so let's place the torch up here instead. All right. Any ultimate goal? I don't know. I just thought I would start up a stream or a stream world. One thing maybe, and actually because of where I started, like right next to an ocean, it would be really cool to build like an underwater base in a coral reef, like a little dome city kind of a thing. You know, it's because I've got the whole, you know, coral reef aesthetic to stream. I'm checking to see. It's daytime now. That's sunrise even. Perfect. Let's get all that in there. Let's make some iron. So we got a couple more torches. Well, I hear I heard a zombie get set on fire. Okay, now I can make the iron pickaxe. But now it's time to go looking for the sheep. Yeah, have fun, zombie. Boy, it's nice that using the boat doesn't actually, like, drain your hunger bar. This doesn't really make sense, because rowing is actually quite calorie intensive, but I'm not going to argue with the game about it. If it doesn't want to charge me hunger for it, I will be happy to not spend hunger. Right now I've only got 2 food. Oh, is that a beehive? That's a beehive. I see a bee over there. There's a cow. Hello, cow. You have things that I need. And it's just like, you came and delivered yourself to me. Okay. What did I get from that? No leather, but 2 meat. That's good. Keep an eye out for sheeps. Is that jungle over there? Well, we've got a temple right here. Just... yeah, there's a drowned there. Okay. Might be good to look around here for some animals. I also realized didn't have enough iron to make fears, but those would really help because that means... ooh, hang on. Hello, iron. All right. I want to find a sheep. There's a bee. Another bee. I want a sheep. Maybe I should get back to the boat and start doing more exploring. Kind of feels like a bunch of these are just like little archipelago. And I parked right by that temple. Wonder if that drowned is still spawned over there. Is that a dolphin that just jumped out of the water there? There's a dolphin in this game, right? Did I add mods? It looks amazing. Yes, this is a shader mod. Actually, I got a whole pack of mods. Ooh, hello. What do we have in here? A buried treasure map. and some stone axes, and I hear you drowned. But I will get to you in a minute. Where are you at? Just tell me you don't have a trident. You don't have a trident. Hello. Where's the other one? Oh, there you are. Boy, they just completely ignored me. Oh, there's another one. Oh, you're a baby. Okay. Ooh, wheat. And a fishing rod. I'll take all that. And there's another drowned down there, but I got what I needed. Where's my boat? Yeah, Google. Yeah, there are dolphins in the game. I was just trying to remember. Because, yeah, actually, if you swim close to dolphins, they will give you a speed boost. Dolphins are friends in this game. What do we got? I should also take a look at that treasure map. But right now... Ooh, I see cows. And horses. But cows have important things to give me. And where there are cows, there might even be sheep nearby. And sheep have wool that I need. There we go, there's some leather. Got 5 leather, that's enough to make something. Some kind of armor, because I am currently armorless. More cows. Yeah, so I installed a mod pack that's like, I think it was called like I don't even remember what it was called, but it was just a mod pack that's got a whole bunch of optimization mods, and I also added in a shader. Without the shader running, and without me having the resolution locked to the frame rate, I can get up to 800 FPS. But I haven't tested what that unlocked frame rate would be with the shader turned on while I'm streaming. I'm curious. I'm obviously like I'm not losing any frames here. You can see it's doing 60 FPS just fine with all of this, but I am curious how far it could go. The reason I've got it locked to the frame rate, though, is my monitors can only do 60 FPS, so there is no benefits to me. Obviously, I can only stream at 60 FPS. Sheeps! A bunch of sheeps. Oh, hell yeah. That means we can build ourselves a bed, which is what I want. I'm killing all of you sheeps. Actually, I'll leave a couple of you guys alive. That way I can come back here and collect you for breeding later. I've got enough to make my bed, and that's what's important. Now, where did I leave that boat? Is it over here? Because I need to get back home and build myself that bed. Here we go. Yeah, sun's getting real low. Let's go find my cabin. And build a bed. I picked up quite a bit of food. Lots of beef, mutton. Definitely enough to get me out of the danger zone of worrying about starvation. But the real question is, am I going to have any drowned run-ins? Before I can get back to base. But yeah, even though I've got the shader and I've got a bunch of optimization mods, I don't really like doing like modded Minecraft like that changes the way the game plays. I know some people have like all sorts of mods that add new kinds of gameplay mechanics, but I don't really want to do that. So, where am I building my bed? Because I put this chest here. Why don't I move? I could extend this out a little ways. I'm actually gonna... I'm just going to put the chest... Oops. Hang on. Let's toss something out of there. There. Just for now, I'll put the chests here. That's everything there. Okay. It's bedtime. There we go. Okay. Oh, looks like I didn't finish harvesting this guy. Got a couple more shrooms out of that. There. That way I can still get in there. I should really build this out more. But yeah, I don't really have a solid plan yet for what I'm doing here, but for now, why don't I continue digging? And actually, sure, okay. I'm removing the torch from my hand, that way I get a better idea of when I'm at 0 light level. Because with the torch in my hand, I get to see ambient light, but with it out of my hand, I get it more like this. This is indeed 0 light. So. And we're close to a cave, because I hear all these monsters down here. This really sounds like there's quite a few of them. Okay, so we're now at the deep slate layer. I'm gonna head back up for now. Those monsters are nearby and making lots of noise. dragon is pushing your shit in Elden Ring. You know, some people pay good money for that. I don't have a lot of need for copper, but I'm gonna mine out this vein at least, just to say that I did it. Oh shit. Well then, I'm gonna need to go back down here because that surely knocked out all of my torches. Good, that torch was not touched. Come on. It takes forever for this water to drain. Come on, water, finish. 0 block. Okay, there we are. That is the bottom. The fact that I hear monsters is promising because it means that the cave is not a the cave's not an underwater cave, since I am digging so close. Actually, here, let me grab this. Since I am digging so close to the ocean, it would be expected that there'd be some underwater caves, so that's good that some of them are not. Now, I think it's probably time. Oh, I didn't even have that mutton on me. Let's go ahead. Cook some mutton up. Copper rewards you with water. That's true, it does. So, looking at my channel analytics, I actually, I'm gonna, while I'm waiting for that to go. Oops. Of course I did that, and it, okay. When I tab out of it, it decides to disappear for a second. I don't know why. But yeah, looking at my analytics, it looks like I am less than 700 watch hours away from or actually no, it looks like a little bit more than 700 watch hours away from being able to do the stream monetization stuff, which means having super chats and I think doing channel memberships and stuff like that. So that's exciting. I still need 4,000 watch hours total to. Of course, I click back into it and then it disappears on screen. There we go. Come on, computer, get it together. What was? And it's just because it's like the way that it's swapping from like full screen to full screen windowed or whatnot. You can only watch Star Control so many times. but yeah, I'm excited. Actually, a ton of that growth is just owed to the Brianna Wu video. That one is still getting a lot of like passive rewatches. I'm probably getting a good like 10 to 20 hours of watch time on that one per day. Which again, I do kind of feel conflicted about, because it was a video that I felt like I needed to say something about it, but I also knew that it was gonna do numbers for the algorithm, which was gonna help my channel. But like, that wasn't the reason that I did it. But I can't, I have to acknowledge that there was some incentive in there to do it, because it's not the kind of thing that I want my channel to be. I don't want to be like chasing the drama bag, It's just content creation. You're not on your 5th watch to start. Okay, I definitely need to be playing Ur-Quan Masters. Maybe I'll play that on Monday. Give you something else to watch and rewatch. But I do appreciate that side. That the rewatching the VODs definitely does help boost those watch hours in the algo. Let's make copper now. And now that I've got some more iron, and of course I've already got the bed, but I'll make the shears anyway. Yeah. 4,000 hours of Star Control. I should play Grounded. That's right, you were telling me about that game. I might take a look at that. One game that I'm definitely going to be playing, though, in a couple weeks is Super Mario Wonder comes out on the 20th, which is a Friday. So I will be playing it the Monday after it comes out. I think that's right. Do I have... Let me check the calendar that I have the days of the week correct. Yeah, the 20th is next Friday, and that's when it comes out. We've also got actually that same week, Sonic Superstars comes out. Hey me, welcome in. You got randomly brought here by the algorithm? Well, thank you, algorithm. I am just randomly cooking copper for the reason that I picked it up. I just it's completely useless to me. Oh, it's nighttime. Let's go and take a nap. But yeah, I don't know if I want to play Sonic Superstars. Everything that I've seen from it suggests that it's just going to be like, I don't know, it looks too much like Sonic 4 for my tastes. But I might pick it up. I definitely will be picking up Mario Wonder. It does help that I had one of those Nintendo game vouchers, because I bought the 2 vouchers for like $90 that you can exchange for 2 $60 games. So that was a good deal, and I've just been hanging on to one of the vouchers. So I'll use that for Wonder. Too many games to play, yeah. Actually, I don't think I have done any Switch gaming since building this PC. I've got a USB, not a USB, sorry, an HDMI switch button, because like, now that I've got a PC, all 3 of my monitors are hooked into the PC, whereas when I was on my laptop, only one of my monitors was hooked into the PC. One of the monitors was collecting dust in a closet, and then the other monitor was connected to my Switch. But now, all 3 monitors plugged into my PC. So if I want to pull up the Switch, I have to hit this HDMI switch thing, which disables one of my monitors and uses it as the Switch instead. Now, I could also just open up like the capture window and like try and play the game through that, but there's latency if you're like looking at it that way, and so I would rather not deal with that kind of a latency and just see the the gameplay itself. You don't know what you would do with 3 monitors? Let me tell you, as a streamer, 3 monitors kind of feels essential at this point. There's a lot that I need to keep track of in terms of watching analytics and keeping track of chat and having things open, being able to like look up sites not on stream so that I don't accidentally pull up something that's like TOS. But yeah. You're looking forward to playing Lords of the Fallen later? It's the latest Souls-like. Oh yeah, speaking of Souls-likes, I really want to play Jedi Survivor at some point. I need to pick that up. I played Jedi Fallen Order. Maybe I should buy both. Like I saw that there was a bundle for them that was like 10% off on Steam. So that I can just play through Jedi Fallen Order again. Because I played it when it was when I had like the Xbox Game Pass. And originally I just wanted to play Survivor on my Xbox, but I have an Xbox One, and that's last gen, and they didn't make Jedi Survivor playable on the Xbox One. So this PC is my new console, basically. All right. One more copper, and then I got beef. Oops. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what copper gives you. It gives you XP. One thing that when I played Jedi Fallen Order, I didn't realize going into it that it was a Souls-like. Now, I call it a Souls-like, and people argue it's not a Souls-like, it's more like Sekiro, and I'm like, Sekiro's a Souls-like. And people are like, no, it's not, it's got very different things. And like, when I say Souls-like, I am thinking just the FromSoft style game with deliberate action and the quote-unquote punishing but fair gameplay, stuff like that. And one thing that has turned me away from the Souls games is that they don't have a difficulty slider. But Jedi Fallen Order had a difficulty slider. And because of that, I was able to 100% that game. What am I hearing? Oh, there's an Enderman. Hello. Well, that's right. That's the sound the Enderman make. He picked up a little thing. Now he's zipping around. Well, have fun, little Enderman. I'm not going to look directly at you. Because I don't have... Oh, that's right. I've got leather. Okay. I could make that. I could make that. So I can only make one thing, so let's go ahead and make the tunic. One thing that I don't like about the armor in Minecraft, though, is it covers up your skin. Wish there was an option to have armor be invisible. Give me more steak. Now, what I really need to find is a village. Because then I can start setting up trades and getting enchantment books and stuff like that. So maybe I should set sail in my boat and go looking for a village that might be on the shore. Once I've got enough steak. And I'll take that fishing rod with me. Take some of these other tools. Grab a stack of cobble. Buried treasure map. Why don't I take a look at that one too? You. I have... Oh. Okay, so I need to go... Because the little marker is up in the corner there. I think it's right up there. So that means I need to go southwest to find where this is. And I think... Is the white area the water and this area is that land? I think that's how I'm reading it. I've never really used a treasure map before, so I don't know. But let's grab that, and also I need to make a bunch more torches. Let's make enough to fill a stack. That's good enough. All right. The sun's getting low, so before I do that, I'm actually gonna chop down a tree. Actually, I'm on a little tiny island. Ooh. Hey. How did I miss you? Since this is such a small island, I'm actually just going to collect all the wood on this island. Ecological devastation on the micro scale. Of course, that's basically just what Minecraft is, right? Actually, there was a game that I saw Xander Hall talking about called Eco, which is kind of like a multiplayer Minecraft-like, and I say Minecraft-like because like the world is made up of blocks, but they're not like pixely or anything like that. Actually highly detailed, but the whole idea is you have 30 days to build up your planet. Oops. Well, that broke, and sun's getting low, so let's go ahead and go in. Yeah, you have 30 days to develop the technology on your planets to blow up an asteroid that's about to hit it. But everything that you do affects the ecology around you. And so you have to be smart about resource management. Like, you can't just throw resources away, like burn them in a fire like you can in Minecraft. If you dig up stuff and you have waste material, that waste material takes up physical volume. And anywhere that you choose to like mine or set up industry or stuff will impact the local wildlife. And so it's a game about, you know, you have to save the planet from being hit by a meteor and wiping out all life, but you also have to be careful as you are building up the technology to save your planet that you don't destroy your planet through reckless management of your resources and of the wildlife. And I think Xander Hall was going to be doing like a community server with that. I think that might be fun to play if he gets that set up. Playing that on his stream. Oh, playing that on stream from his server. Do 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 do. These trees have so much wood. They are big trees. And we've got more saplings. Saplings are also useful. I have one regular oak sapling because I have had one oak tree on this island. Although, nope, still only one oak sapling. Yeah, all the rest are dark oak. They're dropping sticks. Sorry if I'm not talking too much. I'm feeling a little low energy today, actually. Had a lot to say. Had a lot of segments to cover and stuff. So I think once I got all of those out and I just came to games, I'm just vibing. Just killing these trees. And killing that axe, apparently. Welcome to the low energy party, yes. Should say, welcome to the low energy party. We've got Ambien, we've got Xanax. Just chill out. It's a chill stream. Well, thanks for coming by me. I hope it is chill to your specifications. Oh, and if you haven't done so yet, feel free to drop a like on the stream. That will help more people like yourself get pushed to the stream randomly in the algorithm. It'll help grow my channel. I'm also currently working on getting enough viewer hours and subscribers to get monetized. I think I'm a little more than 100 subs away from breaking 1,000 subs. Which is one of the requirements. And I think I've got about 2.3k watch hours, and I need 4,000 watch hours. So my channel's growing. It's just slow and steady. Eventually, I will get into that partner program and start being able to get ad revenue and stuff, which would be nice. I mean, not nice for y'all. If you watch my videos, you'll have to watch ads, but nice for me. Oops. Actually, I think YouTube can just put ads on, like, my content now and just not pay me anything for it, which is kind of bullshit. But, not much I can do about that. They're the ones that own the site and make the rules. You have premium, you don't get ads? Well, premium actually really help out creators, because anyone in the partner program, when a premium viewer watches their stuff, they get paid out from the premium. So I'm talking to other creators, they say quite a bit of their YouTube partner revenue comes from premium watchers, so that helps you because you don't see ads, and it helps theoretically me because I'll get paid for it eventually. Just not there yet. You have sub and like, don't worry. Well, thank you, me. I know that makes me sound a little narcissistic. Thank you, me. All right. I think with all of that, I probably should take a stack of logs with me just in case. But oh, and I actually need to wait for sunset so I can sleep and get a early start on searching for that buried treasure. I should also probably make another shovel. Yeah. I am very glad that Prodigy is coming back. It's a good show. And I want to be able to review more of it for the channel. So that is good that Netflix picked it up. Ted Sarandos, you may be sucking right now while dealing with the strikes, but at least you picked up the show. I also suspect probably that the reason it took so long for Star Trek Prodigy to get picked up was just because of the writer strikes. I think they probably didn't want to negotiate with the, the showrunners, because the showrunners were part of the WGA, obviously, as almost all showrunners are. So they didn't want to have to enter negotiations on that until they had the strike resolved. And as for the actors, well, animation is on a separate contract, so that's not... well, animation isn't struck work right now for SAG, which means it's not struck work at all right now because the WGA... That's one thing that I didn't cover on stream tonight. I guess it's just kind of a formality, but, it is a kind of, last hurrah. But the WGA membership did vote to ratify the new deal, so it's completely done. It is a done deal. It's not a tentative agreement anymore. It is officially the agreement. Can I farm mushrooms like normal cows? Yes, you can breed mushrooms. You just need to, find a mushroom island to do so. Okay. Now I need to figure out where... Does anybody know which direction... I guess... Y increase, or sorry, no, X and Z. X increases as you go east, and Z increases as you go north. Is that it? That means that I probably need to go in the negative direction for both of these. Yes, this is the direction. Ooh, hello, dolphin. There's a pod of dolphins. I just heard them squeak at me. Yeah, I feel like this should be southwest. I don't have a compass yet, but my base is built so close to 0, 0. There's no real need. Ooh. Nope. I need to go due south. Nope, that's north. You are south. Yeah, like this direction. I see some magma down there. I should probably also map out the area eventually. I do have some reeds growing near my base that I can farm for paper. Nope. Nope. This is the direction. Is this south? No. This south. This is south. Gosh, it's with the shader for the water, it's kind of hard to get a grasp on the cardinal directions, even with the when I'm looking down with the water under me. All right. Yeah, the writer strike is completely over. Writers are back to work. But as I covered in my segments earlier on stream, the actor strike is still very much on, and the AMPTP, which is the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, that's the organization that negotiates on behalf of the industries. They walked away from talks today. So it's gonna be a while before this strike gets resolved, I think. Which is a shame, because I was when they were back to talks with them, I was pretty sure that we were going to see a resolution here within a couple weeks, and now I think it's probably more than a month out. Jeez. How far out is this? I have been boating for... Yeah, like, look. Oops. Look at that little marker there. I have been boating for more than a kilometer, and I still am not actually on the map yet. Oh, there's an island. With exposed stone. Or is that gravel? That's gravel. That's not as nice. I would prefer exposed stone, because then I could just find ores out in the open. Like this. That is exposed stone. Let's go ahead and... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Pop on up here. Grab some coal. And let's look at the rest of this. More coal. Oh, well. Little cave in there. The real question is there any... I don't think iron actually generates this close to sea level. I think it starts generating below sea level and then way above it. So, but where am I at with the map? Where did my boat go? Where did my boat go? Feels like I just need to go due south from here. Just keep checking the map, see if it, Ooh, a little lava flow there. Setting fire to the grass. This shader is really pretty. Look at that mountain. That is just pretty. Oh. I guess this is the direction I want. No, I want to go like this way. Yeah. Salmon. Oh wait, this is due south. Well, I'm gonna go around this. If I can. Might not be able to. This might not have a river running through it. If not, that's also good to know. Oops. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do. It used to be a different button to get out of boats. It used to be you would right click to get out into and out of the boat, and now you have to hit shift to get out. Well, hang on. I should be able to boat on over here, right? Oh, this is frozen. Can't boat over here. And sun's getting low. Let's get around this body, see if there's more over here. Oh, is that stone spikes? You can boat on ice? I guess. I don't want to be on land while it's nighttime, because I don't really have a lot of armor. I've been boating for like 2 kilometers, and I feel like I'm no closer to finding how far south I need to go for this map. That's a lot of lava down there. Or not lava, magma. Yeah, I'm not seeing a good way to get in. I think this is actually just quite a large... I don't think this treasure map is anywhere close to being accessible, so I'm just gonna head back to base. Wait, did I get turned around? Hello, creeper. You can't come to me. I feel like I got turned around because I'm heading back, but I'm going further south. Okay, well, this is just heading due north. I guess this is where I'm going. Noodle time? What kind of noodle do you eat inside? Boating in the rain. You know, it was at this moment when the disciples were lost on the Sea of Galilee during a storm that Jesus showed up to be like, lol, noobs, you can't even water walk. I must get around to this island somehow. I don't remember this island being here. Maybe around this way? This feels right. Yeah. Yep. Yep, I remember this Stone Island thing over here. Okay. This is the way we go. I saw you peeking up there with your eyes, Enderman, and then getting rained on and immediately running away. Rain is not friendly to Endermen. They don't like it. They don't like being wet. Jesus was like, skill issue. Yeah, exactly. Get good. Yeah. Peter climbed out of the boat to try and walk on water and immediately sank. And Jesus was like, scrub. Crystal noodles are being... What are crystal noodles? What are you talking about, Sai? I heard a drowned over there, and I'm just gonna just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. A little squiddy over there. It is fun to see the little ocean animals coming up to the surface. Hey, duck. Well, if there's a duck here, then I must be close to land. Either that or that is a very unfortunate duck. Oh, I don't actually want that in my hand. What is that? Something caused all of this kelp to break. And I'm not sticking around to find out. Because that drowned had a trident. I'm guessing there was probably magma deep below there that caused all that kelp to disconnect. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell. Or maybe it was attached to like gravel that loaded up and then caused the cave in and then it disconnected. I don't know. Something caused a bunch of kelp to disconnect. I'm about 500 meters from home. I'm soaking wet. And no closer to finding that treasure. You know, I've been playing this game since alpha, and I've never been any good at it. But land ahoy! There's more of that kelp that came up. Yep, I can see some Endermen having troubles there. And there is my base. You can tell because of all of the pretty torches. Let's see if any monsters... Okay, there's some skellies over there. But if I get out here and sleep. Now the skeletons won't despawn because it's raining. Oh, wait. The rain cleared up. All right. I do like that the wet sand still has a bit of the glossy look. It's slowly drying up. That's actually kind of a nice touch with this shader. Oh, I see why he's not on fire. Come here. Over here. Over this way. That's right. Yes. Rude. Hello, zombie. You are also of the dead. Now, skeleton, I need you, ow, to not hit me. I need you to get out of the water. See, I'm over here. Do you not see me anymore? Yeah, over here. I'm up here. Me. Well, unfortunately... Oh, and there's another one right there. Stupid skeletons. All right. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, I got him. Let's heal up and deal with the other one. Okay. Oh my god! One shot. It'd be horrific if Trident Drowns could use Riptide. Oh my god. No, thank you. I don't like Trident Drowns already. Yeah, without a clear goal to come up with for stream right now, or for Minecraft right now, I'm kind of thinking I want to play a different game. So why don't I go ahead and boot up Ur-Quan Masters, and we'll see how that one goes. So let me go ahead and save here. Swap over. That's what I wanted. There we go. Give me a second to get it set up. Yeah, I knew that would get Sai excited. Okay. something to capture. Game window. Game window. You should. Here, let's. There we go. Now. Game audio. There we go. Okay. And let's go. Let's do this. Ur-Quan Masters. Interstellar Frungy League presents the Ur-Quan Masters. Based on the source code of Star Control 2, all trademarks belong to their original authors. Originally created by Fred Ford and Paul Reich III in 1992, set free into the open source community in 2002. There were many great battles. Earth and her partners in the Alliance of Free Stars against the evil Ur-Quan and its hierarchy of battle thralls. And the Ur-Quan were winning. Meanwhile, on the edge of the known frontier, an amazing discovery was made. Far beneath the surface of an unexplored alien world, a huge underground city. Filled with the technological wonders of an advanced alien race, the Precursors, who vanished 1,000 centuries ago. But then, the main Ur-Quan fleet broke through the Alliance's defensive line, isolating the planet, stranding the scientists 100 light years away from Earth. They waited hopefully for a rescue vessel, which never came. "20 years have passed. We, the survivors of the research mission, have colonized this world. We continued our investigation of the underground city. And we have discovered its purpose. It is a factory. A factory for building starships. But there aren't enough materials to make a complete vessel. We can finish only the skeleton of one starship. But that must be enough. Because you must captain the vessel and return to Earth. To travel the great distance, you must push through into hyperspace. Find out what has happened over these many years. Tell Earth of our plight. And if the war with the Ur-Quan still rages, fight for Earth and the Alliance as well as you can. All right. Here we are. Okay, hang on just a minute. Let's see. Game settings. So Captain, right now it says Captain Zelnick, but I don't like that. We're gonna go with Captain Gayfesh. And then flagship, it's called the Vindicator, but I could rename the ship if I wanted to. Although, I don't know, Vindicator's kind of cool. Let's go ahead and head on into the solar system. Return to Earth, find out what's going on. Oh no. Stop, stop, stop. Okay. Well, that's Venus. Let's go back to Earth. Navigating through space in these games is, in this game, it's a little bit different. Okay. There we go. Oh dear. Earth's not supposed to be red.
Attention, interloper. Heed this recorded message. This drone vessel speaks with the voice and authority of Ur-Quan. You are trespassing within Ur-Quan space. This world, Earth, may not be approached for any reason, nor will hostilities against our orbital platform be tolerated. In addition, your ship does not respond to standard hierarchy identification transmissions, and is therefore deemed to be independent.
The mind control toad? Yeah, it's a hypnotoad.
Only subservience shall be tolerated. This drone now leaves to inform the Ur-Quan of your transgressions. You are commanded to remain here and await the arrival of the Ur-Quan. Disobedience will be punished.
Well, that didn't give me anything to respond to. But that's the Ur-Quan talking to me through their Dinyari pet. Now, let's go ahead and talk to the space station.
Attention, unidentified space vessel. I am Starbase Commander Hayes of the slave planet Earth.
Slave planet?
Our hyperwave broadcast is extremely weak. Situation critical. Energy cores exhausted. Scanners and deep radar are non-functional. We cannot identify your vessel. Are you the scheduled hierarchy resupply ship? Repeat. Are you the resupply vessel?
Let's see. I could say, no, this is a Starship Vindicator, but we stand ready to assist you. Yes, this is the resupply vessel. What do you need resupplied? Or, Slave Planet, Hierarchy Resupply Vessel. What is going on here? That seems accurate to ask.
Look, I don't know who you are or why you're here, but right now, the only thing I'm worried about is saving the lives of 1,900 men and women aboard this starbase, and right now, you're our only hope. I can't keep the transmitter on too much longer. We need the power for heat and air, so if you don't have any radioactives on board your vessel, please get some and bring them back here before it's too late.
Where can we find the radioactive elements you need?
The fastest way to get radioactives in this system would be to land on Mercury and scour the surface for deposits of radioactive elements. But be careful. Mercury's a pretty inhospitable place. Watch out for earthquakes and those high temperature areas.
We will leave now to find the elements you require.
Thanks. I'll make sure to mention this the next time I talk with our masters. I'm sure they will reward you.
I don't like that Earth is enslaved. That's not good. But let's head on over to Mercury. Okay, Mercury, what do you got for me? Scan, auto scan, mineral scan, energy scan, biological scan. That's just mineral scan. Okay, let's go ahead. Dispatch right here. That looks like some good materials here. But I gotta be careful for the earthquakes. Oh, and I hit a fire patch, so that burnt me. But here we are. Oops. Sulfur. That's not a radioactive. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I can't pick up any more. Okay. All right. I should have been able to pick up enough for the crew, or enough radioactives from that, because I got some uranium, so. But I lost a bunch of crew on that pod, and I'm not happy about that. Stupid fire thing. Alright. I'm gonna... Oh, I guess I get to see Earth. Slave shielded. See what happens if I... It does not let me scan. In fact, isn't that the noise of the backward utilized tracking torpedo? The butt missiles that Spaffy fire? Alright, so Earth, can't go there. Space station, though.
Did you find any radioactive elements for our power cores?
We are ready to transfer radioactives.
We're initiating transfer of radioactives, Captain. Now, as soon as our engineers can refit the energy cores, there, that's much better. Power ratings are climbing. Life support is coming back into the green. Deep radar systems and sensors are now online, and I can scan your vessel. What the hell kind of ship is that? Just who are you, Captain?
I am Captain Gayfesh of the Starship Vindicator. We are the survivors of a Star Control science research team to the Vela star system.
Star Control science mission, huh? Captain, I served as a Star Control officer during the war aboard several cruisers in the Corward Front. And if there'd been any scientific mission to Vela, I would have heard about it.
The mission was highly secret.
You know, come to think of it, there were some rumors that Corridor 9, the Special Operations Division of Star Control, was directing some hush-hush operation near Androsynth Space. The Vela star system, yes, that would be the right direction. So, Captain, if you say it's true, how do you explain that huge alien starship you're flying?
Huge.
And why are you here? What do you want from us?
We have returned to Earth to give you the technological secrets of the precursors and to help you fight the hierarchy.
Ah, fight the Ur-Quan. Win back our freedom. I remember having such thoughts myself once, long time ago. That was in the first years after the defeat, when it was still terrifying to look up and see the bloody glow of the pulsating slave shield overhead. Though day and night we gazed up at the impenetrable wall as though the sheer power of our hatred would pull it down. But over the years, I spent so much of my time struggling, down on the surface, under the shield, and then later up here trying to keep the station alive, that I'd forgotten what it means to be free, to hate our Ur-Quan Masters. And now here you are, in an alien ship of unknown power, offering me your assistance to fight against the hierarchy again after all these years. Captain, your offer is intriguing. It's tempting to think that with your advanced precursor technology, we can somehow crack the Earth's slave shield and reassemble the Alliance to attack the hierarchy. And this time, win the damn war. Consider the consequences if you should fail. The Ur-Quan won't just punish us here on the station, they'll exact a gruesome retribution on the surface below as well. Before I commit this station to helping you attack the Ur-Quan and accepting the risk of annihilation if we are defeated, I have to make sure that you and your ship have what it takes to oppose the hierarchy. I'll make you a deal. If you can eliminate the alien base on the moon and get rid of that threat at least, I will seriously consider your offer.
What details can you give us about the base on the moon?
After the Ur-Quan erected the slave shield around the Earth and established this space station, they decided to leave a contingent of combat ships close to the Earth to keep watch on our planet and confirm that they were obeying the Ur-Quan slave laws. I'm certain they're still out there on the surface of the moon because we can pick up a constant stream of alien broadcasts.
Could you tell me... Oh no, that was just repeating it. Okay, we shall go now and neutralize the base.
Be careful, Captain. There are probably a dozen Spathi eluders and Ilrath Avengers down there on the lunar surface.
Oh no.
I don't know why they haven't come after you yet, but when they do, you'd better have your weapons armed and your thrusters burning hot.
Alright. Get ready for a fight. Go to the moon. Scan, auto scan, mineral scan, energy scan, biological scan. Okay. So looks like there's things down there. Alright, let's there was an energy scan, so I'm guessing let's head over to there first. There's robots. I'm guessing that's what the biological scan was, but... Report from surface. We have discovered an alien base and have explored its interior. The installation must have been abandoned many years ago, but great care has been taken to make it appear active. Life support systems are functioning, fusion generators are at full output, and robotic construction vehicles have been programmed to roam the lunar surface, bulldozing moondust into random piles. In addition, we have found the installation's hyperwave locked in transmit mode, endlessly playing the same alien recording. Although we cannot translate the message, our Xenotech, Ensign Rigby, believes the message is some kind of alert or mayday broadcast. The base is filled with useful materials and equipment. We will scavenge as much as we can and bring it aboard immediately. End of report. All right. Well, there was nobody there. They abandoned their base.
Have you dealt with the base yet?
We found the base, but it was abandoned years ago.
I'll be darned. All these years we've been listening to their incoherent broadcast, and we never even guessed. Captain, listen closely. Long-range sensors show a ship closing on this station fast. Our computer identifies it as Ilrath, Avenger class. I think you've got a fight on your hands, Captain.
Let's go.
Your best bet is to wait until you have point-blank range. Captain, it's jamming our signal.
Okay.
By the fetid breath of the Dark Twin Kazon, a human and an alien starship. How fascinating.
A spider.
When I intercepted that Ur-Quan drone and learned that an unidentified starship had approached Earth, I never expected to find such a remarkable vehicle in the hands of a human. Humans are prey animals. Weak and helpless. But here is a human in an armored starship. And therefore in direct violation of the oath of fealty. I am sure our masters, the Ur-Quan, will punish Earth most severely for this treachery when I present them with the twisted wreckage of your ship and your many charred corpses.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to kill you first, but... What should I try? Where the hell did he come from? It will be a pleasure blasting your ugly face out of the stars. Surrender, fellow alien creature, you will be annihilated. Or, look, let's be reasonable, we can coexist peacefully. Let me try the diplomatic approach. I know it's not gonna work, but, you know.
You must be either a naive child or a hopeless fool. In either case, it makes no difference, because soon you will be dead.
Okay. I could use the human ship, or I could use my ship. I'll use my ship. Oh, sorry. Oh, no! I don't actually know my controls! It's different. Oh, there it is. Jeez. I might actually have to start this game over. Oh boy, I can barely turn. Yeah, I died. Let's start that one over. Alright, guess we're doing a new game. We'll skip through all of this. And skip through all the dialogue and just get back to that point. I think I'm going to try the human ship instead. I think I need to upgrade this ship before it's battle ready. And also, it looks like the controls were... I had to use the right control and alt. Skip all that. Alright, let's go talk to the starbase.
Attention on...
Skip that.
Look.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go to Mercury. But yeah, you can upgrade your ship a lot in this game. You couldn't in Star Control 3 at all. But it means you can like customize like your weapon fire and your turn rate and all that stuff. But right now, since it's just the skeleton of the ship, it's not a lot I can do with it. So. Uranium. Let's grab some of that. Okay. Head back to Earth. Why am I so much faster in this screen than in this screen? Hey, this time I haven't lost any of my crew yet. That's good.
Did you find any radioactive?
Yep.
We're initiating. Start. Be careful,
Yep,
Captain.
all of that. Go to the moon. We read all this. Skip. Head on up. Oh, navigate, right. And head back here.
Have you dealt with the base yet? I'll be
10
darned.
years ago. Skip all that. Here come the Elrath. Skip all that. Okay, now we're back to where we were. Let's... Oh no! I lost that ship. I probably should have moved. Oh, I can't click. That's right. No, 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 no! Oh my god! Well, maybe I should probably save before that moment. Let's do that. That way I don't have to keep doing a new game. Oh yeah, let's also change my name. Save game. Okay. Yeah, I get the feeling this is a game I'm going to need to save more often.
Attention. Look. Thank.
Skip all that. Well, with Star Control 3, because I've played that game so much, like, I really didn't need to save because I'm really good at it. there's definitely, if you're playing Star Control 3 for the first time, you should definitely be saving often. I'm looking for the more, colorful stuff because that gives me... Okay. I think we're full now. Oh, I got 1 copper. Okay, that should be it. But yeah, I never really played this game much because it plays very differently from Star Control 3. I watched my brother play it a bunch, but I never got into it myself.
Did you find...
Yeah.
We're in... Stop.
Yeah, skip.
Be careful.
Okay. Now, save. I'm actually gonna pick up some minerals before I go head over to the thing. I want to have my mineral pile full. Iron, aluminum, calcium. Okay, I'm full now. Skipping through all that. Exit menu, navigate. Oh, actually, now save again. Because here is where the Ilrath show up.
Have you dealt?
Okay, here we go. Here comes the Ilrath.
Since you will soon be dead.
Oh, I asked, where the hell did he come from?
Gladly explain.
New dialogue.
We have spent many years gleefully preying on the Pakunk. They are a pitiful, easily killed species. And we would have continued in this divine worship of Dogar and Kazon, but we required additional crew members and repairs to our cloaking device. So we departed the Jiglas constellation and set course for home. But before we had reached our region of space, we detected the passage of a nearby vessel, the Ur-Quan drone. It informed us about you, so here we are. And now, you die!
Still gonna use this one first, because I was able to get some good hits off of that. Oh, hey, I blew it up. Nice.
What a beautiful sight,
We
Captain.
win.
I haven't seen an Avenger blown away like that since the battle in Draco. I guess you've shown that you can handle yourself in battle, Captain. So my last reservation about helping you has been dissolved. I will commit this station to helping free Earth and defeat the Ur-Quan.
Let's go.
We may get our atoms rearranged in the process, but by God, Captain, we're going to try. So the obvious first step is to get the precursor equipment and software over here so that we can make it work with our ship repair fabricators. But then what, Captain?
Let's see. We will slowly build our strength, unify an allied Starfleet, and bring the Ur-Quan to their knee equivalents.
A sensible plan, Captain. Let's get to work. Good luck. By the way, Captain, I think we need a name for this new alliance we're going to forge. And since it was your idea, it's only fair that you get the honor of naming it. So, what will it be?
Let's see. The Empire of Gayfish. I don't think I'm going with that. The United Federation of Worlds. I feel like that one's too close to copyright. According to Star Control 3, it was the New Alliance of Free Stars, so that's what we're going to go with.
Okay, that sounds pretty inspiring. So be it. The New Alliance of Free Stars. Now, Captain, I expect the configuration process for the starbase to take at least 2 weeks, so let's get to work. I have good news to report, Captain. We have successfully integrated the precursor technology from your ship into our fabricator system, and as you can see, we've already begun minor repairs on your ship, patching up some of the micrometeorite holes. We noticed that your ship does not have an emergency warp escape unit, so our engineers rigged up some for you and each of your escorts. Now, you should be able to escape from a bad situation with the touch of a button. But there is a cost, however. The unit gulps up 5 fuel units each time your precursor ship uses it. Also, we now have a limited capacity.
So you can run away from a fight at the cost of 5 fuel.
To refine starship fuel, to build additional combat ships, and to train new members of your crew for the flagship and any ships you acquire for your fleet. Captain, I know you're eager to get to work, so I'll be brief. If you have any questions how this starbase works, what resources we need, or just some background information on the galaxy, don't hesitate to ask.
Info dump time. Commander, I have minerals to offload. Oh,
the more minerals you bring us, Captain, the faster we'll be able to tackle the Ur-Quan.
Okay, before proceeding, I need some additional background information.
Certainly, Captain. What do you need to know?
Would you elaborate on your facilities here at the starbase?
We can modify your precursor ship, build additional combat vessels, and supply you with fuel and crew.
Okay. What can you do to enhance and modify the Vindicator?
Our engineers and precursor specialists agree with the scientists from your world that your starship was designed to be a workhorse vehicle, which can be easily reconfigured for different missions by adding or swapping self-contained equipment packs, which we call modules. The modules we can build right now are thruster units, which make your ship move faster, attitude jets, which allow you to rotate the ship more quickly.
I need those.
Crew pods, which provide life support facilities for up to 50 additional crew members.
That'd be nice, too.
Storage bays, which increase your ship's cargo capacity for mineral resources. Fuel tanks, which hold an additional 50 units of fuel. Dynamos, which feed energy into your combat energy batteries, improving your weapon's rate of fire. And last but not least, ion bolt guns, combat weaponry, the exact function of which depends on its location aboard the ship. When put in the first or front module slot, it fires a single shot forward. When put in the second slot, it fires 2 shots, spread to the left and right of center. When put in the third slot, it fires 2 shots directly, left and right. And when put in the last or rear slot, it fires a single shot straight backwards.
So if you get 4 of them, you can have a nice spread of fire in all directions, basically. How will I get fuel for the Vindicator?
This base is designed to service hierarchy ships. Fortunately, your flagship uses the same stabilized antimatter technology as hierarchy vessels and will be able to synthesize what you need. However, due to the size of your ship, we'll have to produce vast quantities of fuel, which will be a substantial drain on our resources.
How can I assemble a fleet of fighting ships?
Our shipyard facilities are sophisticated and fully automated, permitting a handful of starbase personnel to do the same job as 500 vac-suited construction workers. However, the only designs that we had in our computers were incomplete hierarchy ship designs. Things looked grim until one of the officers came forward with an amazing story. Even though the Ur-Quan destroyed every Earthling cruiser in the fleet nearly 20 years ago, one of my maintenance engineers was a Starship production assistant at the Detroit shipyard. When Earth was conquered, she was ordered to destroy all ship construction databases. But she secretly made copies
I'll
of the
get to that,
blueprint
Dono, in a
disc
second.
and then kept them with her ever since. These discs contain all the data we need to build as many Earthling cruisers as you want, provided you, Captain, can supply the large amounts of mineral resources required to build those vessels. In theory, Captain, we could build alien starships here if we had designs for them. However, it's a well-known fact that alien vessels just can't be flown in combat without native starship captains at the helm.
Yeah. I know it was just you, but I wanted to thank you anyway. Sai, thank you so much for the $30. You are, as always, incredibly generous. And I didn't want to interrupt the Starbase commander while he was doing his spiel, so there we go. Okay, how will we acquire additional personnel for my ship?
We have almost 2,000 highly motivated, skilled professionals aboard this starbase, and every single one of them wants a berth aboard your starship. However, each hand we lose to your ship means less manpower here at the starbase, and this is reflected in the crew RU cost. As long as you don't lose too many crew members to combat or planet exploration, the RU cost will remain static. But we have only so many warm bodies on this starbase, and if your needs for crew grow beyond a certain point, the cost could increase dramatically.
So you take too much damage, and it'll start costing you more to replenish it. Would you please explain your resource allocation system?
As you know, Captain, we've committed the entire output of this station to building your flagship and your battle fleet into the strongest force possible. However, our resources are very limited, and we feel you must decide how we are to spend our effort and materials. To aid you in making these decisions, we have implemented a resource allocation scheme. We provide you with a numerical assessment of the station's resources and ascribe a cost to each task we can perform and each device we can build. It's up to you to decide how you're going to spend your resource units, or RU as we call them. To acquire more RU, you must bring resources back to the starbase. These resources can be either in the form of mineral ores gathered from planet surfaces or already refined metals and other valuable materials from the wreckage of enemy starships.
What kind of resources are most useful to our mission?
The most straightforward way you can accumulate resource units is to bring mineral ores back to this starbase. There are probably enough resources in just the nearby dozen stars to build your ship into a powerful battleship or to create a strong task force of combat vessels. I would also recommend that you build several additional storage bays. When gathering minerals, focus on cleaning out one star system at a time. This way you minimize the cost of travel through hyperspace.
What use are our planet landers' sophisticated lifeform analysis features?
While I respect your search for abstract knowledge, frankly, Captain, in our present circumstances, I see little use for such data here. Perhaps you can make use of biological information elsewhere.
Yeah, I think there's a species that I run into that I can sell biological data to. You've answered my questions on this topic.
What else can I tell you?
I would like some historical data.
What aspect of history, Captain?
I would like to know about the other starfaring races.
Which group of aliens?
The members of the Old Alliance.
Okay. Which race?
The Shofixti.
The Shofixti are a race of intelligent marsupials who had been civilized for only a few decades when the war began. They were discovered in the Delta Gorno star system by the Yehat, who adopted and then uplifted the Shofixti, giving them advanced technology and cultural definition. Shofixti are noble and fearless warriors, Captain. In addition, their incredible fecundity and rapid maturation rate kept Alliance ranks solid even at the worst part of the war. You know, I once flew as an observer aboard one of their ships on routine patrol. We never saw the enemy, but I could never stop thinking about the glory device it had strapped to the bottom of its hull.
Glory device? The Yehat.
The Yehat are a race of ancient
or
warrior
Yehat,
clans
as he
that have
says.
been traveling the stars for many centuries. Clans are highly competitive and sometimes even wage war on each other, but the clans are all loyal to the Queen and her royal family, known as the Veepzeeps. The Veepzeeps have been in power for over 2,000 years, and it is said that during their rule, the Yehat never lost a battle.
Well, as we know from Star Control 3, the Yehat and the Pakunk are basically, they're the same race, just divided by time. Yeah, they are the Pakunk. But when we see them, they look like pterodactyls, and whereas the Pakunk are like birds. So it seems a little weird since, you know, pterodactyls and birds are not related, actually. But, you know, whatever. The Araloo.
I'd like to think I'm not a bigoted person, Captain, especially when it comes to allies, but there's just something about those Arilu that gives me the creeps.
Goddamn right.
One thing I'll say for them, though, they possess some technique for moving really fast through hyperspace. They never let us know what it was, but sure beats the pants off our fastest ships.
Yeah, I don't trust the Araloo at all. The Chenjesu.
The Chenjesu were leaders of the Alliance, even though they refused to accept formally the title. I don't know if their silicon-based biology is just plain superior to our old carbon models, or if their fantastic intellect were the product of an ancient, peaceful culture. Whatever the reason, I'd rather be taking orders from a Chinzetsu than any other life form, absolutely. One of the more amazing things about them was they never used hyperwave communicators. They could send messages naturally, and their natural hyperwave receptors were much more sensitive than even our best units.
The Murderherm.
We didn't really get much of a chance to learn about those mechanical beings, but I'll tell you what I know. They're the product of a distant, unknown culture who sent a giant factory arc into our region of space many centuries ago. The Mother Arc, that's what the Earth Press called it, churned out millions of robots and finally broke down. I don't know why the Murderherm didn't repair the Mother Arc. Maybe they can't. My personal guess as to why they were sent here is that they're on the leading edge of a colonization project. And once the Murderherm have tamed enough new worlds, the genuine colonists, whoever they are, will arrive and claim their due.
So at this point, the Shinjitsu and the Murderherm have not yet combined to become the Chimur. The Siren!
Most raw recruits saw the Siren as nothing more than warm, breathing pinups. Warm they are, and yes, they do breathe most magnificently, but Captain, they are far more than simple joy units. The history shows the Siren established and maintained a peaceful culture from their Bronze Age through their discovery of starflight. Before their planet was destroyed in a horrible cataclysm, their world was an Eden.
That is enough about the Alliance for now.
What other group of aliens are you interested in?
The Hierarchy and their battle thralls.
Which species?
The Ur-Quan.
Our enemy is cunning, relentless, and possesses technology superior to all, but perhaps that found aboard your starship. The Ur-Quan are born, live, and die for one purpose only: the subjugation of all other intelligent life in the galaxy. Why? I don't know. They'd probably have an easier time just destroying intelligence, but they're very careful not to use more force than is necessary to achieve their victim's submission. Sure like to know what made those wormy bastards as twisted as they are, and I'd like to know why they keep on the move, never stopping longer than it takes to enslave whomever they find.
Well, we know that it is the a battle of the eternal doctrine between the green Ur-Quan and the black Ur-Quan. The green Ur-Quan think they can just simply subjugate all other species in the galaxy, whereas the black Ur-Quan wants to destroy all sentient life that is not Ur-Quan. The Mycon.
The Mycons are hard to get a handle on. In fact, I'm not sure any human has ever had a real conversation with a Mycon. What we know of them, we've learned from their corpses, which, I may add, have a nasty habit of coming back to life when thawed out from a decompression quick freeze. Mycon ships seem to expend a significant amount of energy on life support. This is probably because the Mycon only thrive in temperatures close to the melting point of lead. As far as we know, the Mycon are the only race to actively seek out the Ur-Quan in order to become combat slaves.
Oh, weird. The Spaffy!
Imagine facing a cowardly, mobile clam armed with a howitzer, and you've got a good idea of what it's like dealing with a Spaffy.
Nice.
Although they tend to avoid battles as much as their masters will allow, once in battle, a Spaffy eluder is one tough cookie. I once heard a rumor, though I don't like to believe in it myself, that a rogue band of courageous Spaffy broke away from the main Starfleet, painted their ships black with bright red stripes, and formed the Black Spaffy Squadron, dedicated to performing brave and hostile deeds.
No fucking
like
shot.
I said, I'd have to see it to believe
No
it.
way. No, I know the Spaffy. There's no fucking way they would have done that. 621.5 degrees Fahrenheit is the melting point of lead. Yeah, it'd have to be a silicon-based life. Oh, actually, what's the melting point of silicon? Because they wouldn't be able to be carbon-based life forms at that temperature. The
It's unfortunate that the Umga fell to the Ur-Quan so early in the war, because I suspect we would have gotten along well with those big blob creatures. At the very least, it would have been entertaining. We know them a bit better than most races because they were eager to talk with our ships before, after, and during battle. The Arielu intimated that they had a relationship with the Umga before the Ur-Quan arrived, but I don't know any details.
2.5K Fahrenheit. Okay, so yeah, then they are silicon-based life forms. That's how they can survive those temperatures. The Androsynth.
When I was flying combat missions along the Corward Front, there was nothing we feared more than the Androsynth hit-and-run squadron. Their blazer ships were more than a match for our cruisers, so we stayed clear of Ada Vulpeculae, their home star. In addition, I think each of us aboard the ship knew deep down in our hearts that the Androsith had a damn good reason for hating us. Our grandparents had kept them as slaves for nearly 50 years.
Oh, that's fucked up. Wow, we just clone ourselves and we just declare our clones to be slaves? Damn. That's kind of dark. The Ilrath.
I still have nightmares about those spiders taking me prisoner, using me as one of their 6 sacrifices to Dogar and Kazon, their twin gods of destruction and torment. Those guys were almost as scary as the Androsynth to those of us in Deep Space Patrol. Their Avenger ships could appear out of nowhere and melt a cruiser down to slag in seconds. Luckily for us, the bulk of the Ilrath fleet was thrown against the Chenjesu and the Myrnaherm.
The Vux.
The Starship Far Voyager under the command of Captain Jeffrey L. Rand encountered the Vux near Beta Mira. Although the details are hazy, it's generally accepted that Rand offended the Vux starship commander with an inadvertent insult.
Okay, that's enough information about the hierarchy.
What other group of aliens are you interested in?
Were there any alien races who weren't in the war?
None that we had made formal contact with. The Chenjesu implied that they had met 2 other star-faring species, one near the Gickless constellation and the other directly coreward from Procyon. The Arilu once mentioned having some fun with an alien race in Draconis, but like so much else with the Arilu, they never revealed the whole story. I'm sure there are hundreds more alien races in our galaxy, but beyond what I've told you, your guess is as good as mine.
I have sufficient information on this subject.
Would you like information on any other aspect of history?
I am interested in the war against the hierarchy.
What about the war?
How did the war with Ur-Quan start?
Earth got involved late in the game in 2112 when the Chenjesu arrived in our solar system for the first time. So let's back up a few years to 2098 when the Chenjesu super-sensitive receivers detected a strange signal from the Ophiuchi constellation. Though even the Chenjesu didn't know it, it was the first sign of the Ur-Quan's arrival. The Ur-Quan, having detected the presence of many sentient species, were beaming out an exulting hunting cry. The first direct evidence of the Ur-Quan's intent was the sudden conquest of the Umga, a solitary though not unfriendly species in the Orionis constellation. The Chenjesu, distraught by the invasion, were further angered when the Ur-Quan turned their fleets on the hostile but weak Ilrath race. A hastily assembled defense force of Myrnaherm and Chenjesu vessels turned the Ur-Quan fleet aside, but the invader moved into Spathi space, rapidly subjugating that race. With each new conquest, the Ur-Quan fleet grew larger as it added slave vessels to its ranks. Earth joined the Chenjesu to form the Alliance of Free Stars at about the same time as the Androsynth stars fell to the Ur-Quan Armada. Before the ink was dry on our agreement with the Chenjesu in 2116, a new race appeared in orbit around the moon and asked for admittance to the Alliance. It was the Arilu Lalile. The timing seemed unusual, and the Arilu were definitely weird, looking like saucer men from Mars, but we were too busy cranking up our heavy industry that we really didn't pay it much attention at the time.
What happened during the war?
At the start of the war, here on Earth, we were working like crazy, churning out hundreds of heavy cruisers and smaller support vehicles. The Ur-Quan were busy too. Unbeknownst to us, they had moved down towards the Luton Star Group and were attacking the Vux, who only the Yehat knew existed. Our botched first contact with the Vux took place in 2119, and it was the biggest single mistake we made during the war. After defeating the Vux, the Ur-Quan fleet ran smack into the combined might of the Yehat and Shofixti, supported by the first wave of our cruisers. Again, the Ur-Quan turned away from the hard spot to attack the weak, though we just thought they were running away. In fact, the Ur-Quan had found another independent alien race, the Mycon, in the Brahi constellation. The Mycon's voluntary submission to the Ur-Quan brought the return of the Ur-Quan fleets, now swollen with 100 devastating Mycon pod ships. The last entrants to the conflict were the Cyrene, a race of space gypsies who had escaped the hierarchy by moving their vast fleet of slow-moving habitats into human space. With the side set, the last Ur-Quan offensive began.
How did the war end, Commander?
The Ur-Quan came roaring through Vux space and tried to push past the India and Mira star systems. Their onslaught was barely repulsed, and our counterattack made hardly a dent on the hierarchy forces, but we held the line. The coreward front remained intact. Over the following 10 years, there were many great battles between the combined Alliance Starfleet and the Ur-Quan and their hierarchy of battle thralls. Then in 2134, a dramatic shift in the balance of power took place. This must have been about the time the science research mission was sent to the planet of Vela. Our fleets were pushed back from the Indy-Mira line beyond Raynet. Holding Rigel caused grievously in Chenjesu forces, and the Ur-Quan, recognizing this weakness, shifted to focus the brunt of their forces on Procyon. That was the last we heard from the Chenjesu and the Murnerherm. A few weeks later, waves of ships hit us from all directions. When Ceres Station, our outpost on the asteroid belt, fell to the hierarchy, we knew we were beaten, but we fought on anyway. 3 days later, the Ur-Quan vaporized our last remaining laser forts on the moon, and the dreadnoughts took up geosynchronous position above Rome,
Not Rome,
Moscow, Beijing, Tokyo, London, Buenos Aires, and Washington.
not Washington.
We'd lost the war, and we knew it.
Oh wait,
But
it's the other
Ur-Quan
Washington.
decided
I'm
to
safe.
make it real clear. And that's why if you check any of our most recent maps, you won't find Buenos Aires.
F. What happened after the war?
After the UN submitted their formal surrender, we were given a week to decide the nature of our servitude. The Ur-Quan demanded that the decision be made through popular vote. When all the votes were tallied, Earth had chosen not to fight for the Ur-Quan. We had become a fallow slave world. We were given a month to withdraw all of our people and equipment to Earth. Anyone or anything left off-planet would be destroyed after the shield went up. Then the Ur-Quan broadcast an odd message. All objects of human construction more than 500 years old were to be abandoned.
Oh dear.
We didn't know what the Ur-Quan meant until they moved their dreadnoughts into new orbital positions and opened fire on the surface with their fusion weapons. In seconds, large sections of London, Paris, and other European cities were incinerated.
No!
First, we thought they were going to annihilate us after all. And we noticed they were also striking such targets as the Giza Pyramids, the Parthenon in Athens, and Stonehenge. Curiously, the United States was almost untouched. The flaming rain lasted 40 hellish hours. It took days after we crawled from our smoldering shelters to realize what the Ur-Quan had done. Our new masters had targeted every building, monument, or other man-made construction older than 500 years and destroyed it. In those 2 days, we lost most of the history of mankind.
Damn.
In some cases, the Ur-Quan destroyed places we did not even suspect were significant. From their positions in orbit, the dreadnoughts blew away a kilometer of land in central Iraq, vaporized several targets in the Amazon rainforest, punched a big hole through the Antarctic ice cap to destroy something deep under the surface, and melted a broad swath of the ocean floor in the southeastern Atlantic.
Well, that sounds like Atlantis.
Then, just a couple of days later, the shield went up, and our contact with the outside world stopped. The next time I saw the stars was 8 years ago, when I was transferred up here to be the new commander of this starbase.
You almost had it that time? You still struggling on the Dragon, Valhalla? So, the Ur-Quan destroyed all buildings older than 500 years old, and it sounded like they targeted Atlantis as well as some other stuff. I'm wondering if there's not something to do with the precursors. Like, the precursors have left artifacts all over the galaxy, and maybe the Ur-Quan are suspicious of leaving anything on Earth that could be precursor technology that the humans could use to free themselves and fight back against the Ur-Quan.
Would you like any information on any other aspect of history?
I need information on ancient galactic history.
We have some data on this subject. What do you want to know about?
What can you tell me about the precursors?
Hell, you probably know more about them than I do, but here goes. About 200,000 years ago, when our great-to-the-nth grandparents were just starting to play with stone knives and bearskins, a star-faring species suddenly appeared on the galactic scene and spread like wildfire. We found evidence of their presence just about everywhere, from an orbital platform on Alpha Centauri to a stack of data plates in a cave on Pluto to some nameless widget found in a voodoo shop in New Orleans. And we never found a precursor body or even a picture of one. We can conjecture what they look like by examining the scale and layout of their equipment. Such an analysis indicates they were giants, say 5 to 8 meters tall and twice as wide. I don't know if they looked more like a brontosaur or an elephant. Anyway, about 3,000 years after the precursors made their dramatic appearance, they vanished. Poof! As far as we can tell, it took less than a decade to happen.
What about other races from the ancient past?
You mean besides the precursors? Well, the only information we have is secondhand based on some research by a Chenzetsu historian that I read at the academy. Exorcist, the historian, found some evidence that there was a group of alien races who formed an interstellar empire not too far from here about 22,000 years ago. The only species in this empire actually lived in our region of space was a race of rock-like creatures who lived in the Vulpeculae constellation. The presence of the hostile androsynth in that part of space severely limited Exorcist's research. He never even found out the race's name.
Is there any indication that aliens visited Earth in the past?
Yes, there is. Aside from the precursor relics we have found on Earth, often in museums mislabeled as modern art, we've discovered disturbing evidence of much more recent visitations. Perhaps you're already aware that during the mid to late 20th century, there were unaccountable UFO sightings as well as dozens of reported encounters with alien life forms. Although we can discount many of the reports as wishful fabrication or traumatic translation, the military authorities of the time kept a secret record of the incidents which were legitimate. In each such case, the aliens are almost identical in appearance. They have white skin and minimal facial features except for huge almond-shaped eyes, which are often described as glowing or luminescent. This description fits almost perfectly the Ur-Lalile. In most of the legitimate encounters, the people involved describe being physically examined or modified by the aliens. In some cases, unusual pregnancies occurred, and in almost every instance, there were repeat visitations as though the Ur-Lalile were doing checkups on their subjects. We never got the chance to confront the Ur-Lalile about what they did to us and why. I wonder if we ever will.
This is fascinating, but I must move on.
Would you like information on any other aspect of history?
No more history, thank you.
Sure. Anything else?
I would like your input on how we can defeat the Ur-Quan.
Can you be more specific?
Where can I find the most useful, plentiful mineral resources?
If you have the patience, I would recommend you spend several months or even a year gathering mineral resources. You can find such minerals on almost any planet's surface, but the quality and density will vary depending upon the type of planet you're on. Base metals are probably the most common materials you'll find, but they aren't particularly valuable. You can find rarer precious and radioactive elements on metal-rich worlds such as Mercury. An old miner once told me that you could tell the relative quality of a planet's minerals based on the planet's color as seen from space. To remember the color sequence from good to bad, the miner had a mnemonic that went something like, very young orangutan could grow bananas perhaps rather well. It is also the case that mineral yields will be better at hotter stars. Temperature is related to the size and color of a star. Red stars are the coolest, then orange, yellow, green, blue, and the hottest stars are white.
How should I deal with aliens I meet in space?
That all depends on whom you meet, doesn't it, Captain? Well, in all seriousness, if you encounter the Ilrap, Bucks, Androsynth, or other hierarchy battle thralls, I wouldn't hold out much hope for a peaceful encounter. So if you feel you have the advantage, attack. The resources you will scavenge from the enemy's wreckage are well worth the effort. If you can find alliance races who are in a position to help us, then you must convince them to join with us. Their assistance may be crucial to our success.
If you were in my shoes, what would you do now?
Let's see. You need to build up and balance the strength of your flagship. I would add thrusters up to, say, 5 or 6. Speed is essential in combat, but it would also pay off over the long haul in hyperspace. And if you prefer to avoid confrontation, nothing beats a great pair of legs. I would add turning jets for increased maneuverability.
We definitely need those.
I would add enough weapons to defend yourself if you're caught without escort ships. You need additional fuel, at least 50 units. Your weapons will be underpowered in combat if you don't have at least 1 dynamo. I guess I'd gather more minerals to build up a good supply of resource units.
How can we deal with the Ur-Quan?
Captain, I wish I had an easy answer, but I don't. The only way I can see of liberating Earth as well as the Alliance allies is to destroy the Ur-Quan and their armada of battle thralls entirely.
Commander, do you have any long-range plans to defeat the Ur-Quan hierarchy?
To defeat our enemies, we will need awesome strength, both in your flagship and the fleet, as well as the assistance of powerful new allies. Though combat will be unavoidable and sometimes necessary to achieve our goals, I'm certain your wits will be at least as important as your weapons. You'll need to explore this region of space, gathering resources and information wherever you go.
How can I find the Ur-Quan?
I don't know, Captain, but I suspect their battle thralls know more than we do, so I suggest you try to gather information from them, perhaps by force.
How can we attack the Ur-Quan most effectively?
At first, your ship will be far too vulnerable to permit frontal assaults on the Ur-Quan. Even when your ship is at full power, we're faced with the reality that the hierarchy has thousands of ships. You cannot win the fight alone, Captain. You need allies.
Congrats,
Also,
Valhalla.
towards the end of the war, when the hierarchy broke through the Corward front, we heard rumors that the Ur-Quan had unleashed some kind of super weapon which was unstoppable by normal means. You need to find out if that rumor was true, Captain, because if the Ur-Quan do have such a weapon, we'll have to find some way to stop it, or all our efforts are for naught.
How can I make alliances, and with whom?
If you encounter an unknown alien race, proceed carefully and diplomatically. We need all the friends we can get, and we certainly can't afford any more enemies. Remember, Captain, with your precursor starship, you hold awesome power. But there will be situations when dealing with an alien race where a carrot will serve better than a stick. But first, you must determine what carrot the alien wants.
What is the fastest way for us to build up our strength?
You need to accumulate enough resources so we can build up your flagship and assemble a strong fleet. I'd also recommend that you acquire blueprints for other more powerful ships than our trusty cruiser. I suspect that aliens will not give you such prints unless you form an alliance with them.
Let's move on to another topic.
What else can we discuss?
I've learned what I need to know about the subject for now.
What else can I tell you?
I do not require additional information. Looks like we got everything.
Fine. Is there anything else you need?
Goodbye.
Return soon, Captain.
Okay. Starbase Commander, outfit Starship, Shipyard, and depart Starbase. Let's do outfit Starship. That's a storage bay. That's a crew pod, a fuel tank. An ion bolt gun. So let's see. Said I need a dynamo unit for let's see, what else can I get? I think that's about all I can afford right now. Maybe. Yeah, ion bolt gun is 2,000, so let's just do that for now. Fuel 20. Oh, I see. I want at least 50 fuel units, so there we go. Let me save the game here. Okay, shipyard. And depart Starbase. So, what I need to do is visit all the planets and moons in this system and gather resources. Now, I know there's more resources on the moon, so let's go ahead and pick those up. avoiding the robots. Got the iron, calcium, and that's it for the moon. I want to go to Mars. I could go back to Mercury and get more there. It's a little bit of a volatile planet. I don't even want to try Venus. Like, Venus is a hell world. But, oops. Well, I guess, let's just go ahead and take a look at Mercury. Why not? We'll finish up. There's some valuable resources here to grab. Pick up. Thank you. Sulfur. Silver. Nickel. I'm allergic to nickel. Nope. Okay. Now let's go to Mars. I think the gray-colored materials aren't worth as much, so I want to try and get other stuff first. I might return to Mercury and finish up gathering the rest of it, but I got all of the colored materials at least. Go to Mars. Weather class 2, tectonics class 2. So that's not too bad. There's not a lot of resources here to grab, but potassium. Bismuth. There's... grab you. Alright. That's all I'm getting. There's no reason to go back for just one thing. Because it costs 1 fuel every time I land. Bismuth makes the prettiest yellow paint. Bismuth is a really pretty metal, especially when it's oxidized and it has that rainbow effect to it. Yeah, let's go back to Mercury and pick up some more stuff here. Because there's more stuff to get here. Get away from me, fire. Oop. I am full. Oh boy, that's a lot of fires. Go away, fire. And one final dispatch. No! No! F. Okay, well. Let's go to Earth now. Offload what I got there. And replenish my crew.
I am at your disposal, Captain.
Commander, I have minerals to offload.
Light load this time, Captain. Bring back lots
Commander.
of minerals, Captain.
I will, but I need to do some other stuff. Outfit starship. No. Shipyard. Here's where I do the crew. Okay. Do I need to get a new lander, or... I don't know. I think I'm probably good there. I think you just lose the crew with the lander. Alright. Let's head out to the, oh, is that Saturn? Yeah, that's Saturn. Let's go to Saturn. Let's see what moons you got for me. That'd be Titan, right? Yep. Weather class 3 and tectonics class 2. Okay, so the weather sounds worse. And I don't see any valuable minerals here, so... let's go to the rest of the solar system. Maybe Jupiter's moons have better materials. Okay, we got a bunch of moons to examine here. Ganymede. Well, that looks like blue stuff, so let's go ahead. I can't dispatch. Do I need a new pod? Yeah, it doesn't let me dispatch. Okay, I guess I better go back to Earth then. I didn't see where in the menu to get a new pod, so, fuel tank, crew pod, storage bay, dynamo unit, ion bolt gun. No. Is it in the shipyard? Yeah, where do I get...
Hello, Captain. I know you're busy, but I've got some
what's up?
news. Our deep space monitoring team has detected faint alien signals coming from Uranus or somewhere in that general direction.
All right, Uranus. Yes, we're
The
going there.
emanations are definitely being generated from within the solar system and could represent the presence of a hierarchy spy.
Ooh. Goodbye,
Return
Commander.
soon, Captain.
Yeah. Where do I replenish landing pods? Hang on. I need to go search. Alright, well, let's see. Oh, turning jets. Antimatter thrusters. What is this? Ah, planet lander. Here we go. Okay, that's where I replenish those. Now, turning jets are 500, so I can't buy another one of those. Sure would like one, though. And then these are anti-mat thrusters, so that's for increased speed. But okay, so these modules are here on the side, and the turning thrusters are here over here. And those are 500. Okay, so. Well, let's go investigate wherever Uranus is. Since he had a message for me about Uranus. Where is Uranus? Oop. That's... no, wait. I was thinking that was Uranus, but that's actually Neptune because this was made back when Pluto was considered a planet. So that last orbital path is in fact Pluto. But here is Uranus. I found it. It has a green cloud around it. There is a green cloud around Uranus. Oh, I guess I can't land on a, yeah, there's nothing to land on. You said it was in the vicinity of Uranus or beyond. Is Pluto near here? Where's Pluto in its orbit? Oh, there's Pluto. Okay, Pluto, I want to talk to you. Whether none in Tectonics Class 1s, that's pretty safe then. There's something down there. I'm gonna go over here first. Oh, well that's a spathy ship. Let's go and pick up this thing first. So crystals. I don't know what a so crystal is, but that sounds valuable. Now let's go talk to the Spathy. Oh no! I lost some crew. Mayday from surface. We have come under fire from an alien vessel we found hiding on the surface of Pluto. Captain, they killed Kowalski, Fritz, Chin, O'Donnell, Luigi, and all three of the Lieberman triplets. We have returned fire, but our stunner can't penetrate the ship's hull armor. We are initiating emergency launch procedures. End of transmission.
Attention, a big, mean, hostile alien vessel hovering overhead in an obvious attack posture. This is Spotty Captain Whiffle. I know
Hey,
you
Whiffle.
are going to torture me, so let's just get this over with right now. The coordinates of my homeworld, Spatiwa, are 241.6 by 368.7, and the ultra-secret Spatty Cipher, which is known only by me and several billion other Spatty, is Huffy, Muffy, Duffy. Sorry about that little mistake with your landing vehicle. I was so startled when it approached my vessel in a threatening manner that my automated defense systems fired on it when it got too close. I hope nobody got hurt.
How about... Hi there, friend. We come in peace and mean you no harm.
Are you sure? Because your statement is often just a more polite way of saying, attention alien vessel, identify yourself or be destroyed. In any event, I am Spotty Captain Rico of the void ship Star Runner, placed here in this planetary system as part of the powerful Earth-powered Star Force, which our master, the Ur-Quan, established here to make sure the Earthlings don't do anything tricky.
What are you doing here on Pluto?
About 20 years ago, this region of space was dominated by a loose confederation known as the Alliance of Free Stars, which was composed of the aliens native to these parts who did not want to be enslaved. They made a valiant effort against the superior Ur-Quan forces. It even looked like they might miraculously defeat the combined Ur-Quan armada, right up to the point at which the Ur-Quan totally defeated, indeed annihilated them.
So what are you doing here on Pluto?
When the Ur-Quan armada entered the system to subjugate formerly the Earthlings, the Ur-Quan presented the humans with the standard slave options. Join the hierarchy as combat brawls and retain some autonomy, including the right to travel through space, or become a fellow species and return to free atomic savagery on the surface of their homeworld, encased for all time beneath an impenetrable force shield. The humans chose the latter option, and so were swiftly imprisoned on the surface of Earth. But the Ur-Quan didn't trust them to obey the restrictions, so they chose a small group of hierarchy combat starships from the Inlet and Spartan fleets to create the so-called Earth Guard and station them at a base on Earth's moon.
Tell me what you are doing on Pluto now!
Originally, we were stationed on Earth's moon, which made us spotty a bit uneasy because with each passing day we grew more and more worried about the sneaky Earthlings making a surprise attack. But the Illrats kept telling us that it was impossible since the Earthlings had no ships or weapons whatsoever. That made us feel a bit better, but when the Illrat left, again we grew fearful and decided to make a strategic redeployment to Mars. Later on we decided it would be prudent to relocate to Jupiter's moon, Ganymede, then later Saturn's moon, Titan, and finally here to Pluto.
What happened to the Ilrath station in the system?
The Illrat contingent were supposed to be the toughest ridge crest, the most rigid flipper, yes, the backbone of the Earth Guard force. But they departed the system en masse not long after the last Ur-Quan dreadnought vanished from this region of space. They claimed to have received a direct order from their gods of evil and darkness, who had grown dissatisfied with the Illrat's passivity and wanted them to kill or at least torture someone soon. Personally, I believe they just got bored and went off to have some fun.
When do you expect the Ilrath to return?
Well, when they were pushing up into hyperspace 18 years ago, we asked them that very question, and I think they said something to the effect of, "Real soon."
What is happening at the base on Luna then?
We decided that if the Earthlings figured out we had abandoned the base on Luna, they would be more likely to try something sneaky. So, we rigged up some old service androids and ordered them to drive around on the lunar surface in bulldozers, endlessly pushing around the same piles of dirt. In addition, we connected the base's local radio transmitter to an audio malnorme fun rum called Winky's Happy Night, hoping they would think we were still there.
So they were broadcasting porn, basically. What happened to the other Spathy ships?
Over the past years, it became necessary to redeploy strategically some of our Earth-Guard forces to our homeworld in case of a sudden surprise attack by a vicious, unrelenting alien race which we Spathy call the Ultimate Evil!
Who or what is the ultimate evil?
As yet, the ultimate evil remains largely unmanifest, and its powers and exact intentions are still a bit obscure, since it lurks just outside the range of even the most sensitive long-range detectors, which we feel gives conclusive evidence as to the ultimate evil's nefarious intent.
How many crew do you have aboard?
Dozens, that is to say scores and perhaps even hundreds of my brethren stride through the corridors of this specially modified, super-efficient, mass destruction-oriented starship, which could lay siege to an entire planetary system should we choose to do so, which, fortunately for you, we have decided not to do today.
Hundreds? Come on.
I am undone. You are far too clever for a poor spotter like me, and now I must submit to your superior alien intellect. I guess I am not revealing any truly important secrets if I tell you that each of my species' Lunar-class void ships typically holds 30 spotter crewmen, though at present my vessel, the Star Runner, is not up to full complement due to the needs of my homeworld in their resistance against the ultimate evil. And
Ultimate
in fact, my vessel
evil!
is somewhat understaffed right now, seeing as how I am the only spotter on board, which is a bit frightening, as I am sure you can understand.
The galaxy teems with threatening monsters. Are you happy here, alone and vulnerable?
How true, Captain, how true! In truth, just between us, during the past 7 years, I have been quite ill at ease, and yet now I find myself enjoying your company. This witty dialogue, and the presence of your huge, powerful, death-dealing starship, which, being my friend, you would certainly feel compelled to use in order to save me from any hostile life forms who threatened me with death.
Where are you still here, Captain Fliffo?
Since it was our most powerful and unforgiving masters, the Ur-Quan, who stationed us here, we knew it would be grossly stupid to disobey them completely, but we decided it would be okay to send just one ship home. We used one of our most ancient and solemn rituals, AMPTP, to pick the lucky ship. Then, some months later, we decided that it wouldn't really hurt if we sent one more ship home. And then later we sent another, and then another. Well, you get the idea. Alas, as fate would have it, when the final ritual was performed, I, Barriffo, was left here alone. For as even the most immature in wrestling knows, there must always be one spotter who puts the short top first.
Where are the Ur-Quan now?
Our masters don't really keep us very well informed about their goings-on, so that all we know is that immediately after the subjugation of the last Alliance race, the Hut, I think, the Ur-Quan gathered their dreadnoughts and departed for the edge of the galaxy, commanding us to obey the slave laws or face their wrath when they returned.
Do you know anything about other alien races?
We only know bits and pieces of what happened to each race. For instance, when defeated, the Yahat joined the hierarchy as combat roles, while the Cyrene chose to be slave-shielded on a planet in the Bug-Squirt star system. No, that's not right. I forget its name. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, the Shakeups. They were utterly wiped out in a gigantic blaze of glory.
What do you mean, Blaze of Glory? What happened to the Shakeups?
The Shakeups were half feral, as you know, having been uplifted by the Yahat just a few decades before the start of the war. Given their habit of detonating those suicidal so-called glory devices in combat, it came as no particular surprise to me when, upon the arrival of the Ur-Quan Primary Task Force at their homeworld, the Shakeups caused their sun to explode in a colossal supernova,
Oh my god.
destroying the entire planetary system, and not incidentally dozens of Ur-Quan dreadnoughts.
So they just annihilated themselves rather than be enslaved. That's pretty wild. That reminds me of a joke where there's like I think an Englishman, a Frenchman, and an American wash up on an island, and the locals tell them that they will be killed, skinned, and their skins will be used to make canoes for them. But before they are killed, they can ask for one final request. And the Frenchman asks for like a glass of wine, and I don't remember what the Englishman asks for, but the American asks for a fork. And then he just starts stabbing himself with the fork and says, "There's your fucking canoe." So the Shakeups chose the fork in that situation. What about yourself, Whiffo?
Me? You mean me, personally? Oh, nice of you to ask. I was born a poor green incrusting, the youngest child of a family of 18,487. My male parents had to work hard to support us, very hard. but each of my brothers and sisters and I tried to help out to make ends meet. The female parent was kind and sweet to all of us. Why, she once even called me by name. She said, "Forever, what a treat, a golden memory. I swiftly matured into a fine example of my species with my parents' assistance. Achieved independence. Specifically, they pried me from the door jam and rolled me into the street. Thus prepared, I set out to make my fortune. I had great dreams in those days. Yes, great dreams. I knew that someday I would be vastly rich, wealthy enough to afford a large, well-fortified mansion. Surrounding my mansion would be vast tracts of land, through which I could slide at any time I wished. Of course, one can never be too sure that there aren't monsters hiding just behind the next bush, so I would plant trees to climb at regular, easy-to-reach intervals. And being a spotty of the world, I would know that some monsters climb trees, though often not well, so I would have my servants place in each tree a basket of perfect stones. Not too heavy, not too light, just the right size for throwing at monsters. I was thinking about what color the stones would be painted. Aqua, mauve, or magenta, when a vegetable cart came careening down the street outside my house, and it knocked me unconscious. When I awoke, I was aboard the void ship Star Runner, headed for Earth. Apparently, I had been out of my head for quite some time after the accident, and with the assistance of some
Sounds like you got
strangers,
shanghaied.
had been relieved of my funds and convinced to join the Navy, where I have been unpleasantly employed for the last 25 years.
I'm sure you'd feel a lot safer if you were with us. Come on, Flippa, join our fleet.
Happy days and jubilation! I discard all prejudice and hesitations and accept and celebrate your offer of protection and your undying commitment to my well-being. I must wax melancholy for just a moment, though, and make sure you understand that any other spaceships we meet at large in the galaxy are not going to be quite so responsive to your friendly gestures as myself, since they bear more heavily the yoke of Ur-Quan enslavement and are also apt to talk themselves out of allying with a totally unknown alien, which I, having been left here alone, cannot do. Welcome me aboard, Captain.
Yay. I got a Spaffy. He's a friend. And there he is. Got him in my fleet. Well then, let's return to Earth. Those crystals that I picked up on Pluto are probably worth a lot of resources, so let's get those turned in and find out.
Greetings, Captain. I'm ready to assist you.
I have minerals.
Another small load, Captain. Well,
but-
I suppose something is better than nothing.
Okay, that wasn't enough
Bring
resources.
back lots of minerals, Captain.
I will. Yeah, that wasn't enough resources to get anything, really. I'm only at 440 RU. Let's see. Shipyard. Yeah. Crew. I need to load you up with crew. There we go. Alright, now let's go to... Is it the moons of Jupiter? There should be something valuable there. Alright. Let's get this stuff. Cyanoacetylene, I don't know what that is. Okay. Oops. Okay. Next moon. Callisto. Tectonics class 2, no weather. Okay, so... Oh, there's nothing here. Absolutely nothing here. Worthless planet. Europa. Tectonics class 2. Oh, there's plenty of stuff here to get. Alright. But with Tectonics class 2, we should be seeing more earthquakes. Acetylene, bromine. Yeah, this planet seems pretty nice. Io, though, I suspect is going to be pretty dangerous. Io's going to have a lot of earthquakes. Okay, one more trip. And Io, let's see how bad you are. Lots of minerals. Class 4 tectonics. Well, let's give you a shot. Let's see how bad the tectonics actually are. Well, there goes some of the earthquakes. Ooh, that one hit me. Oh dear. Radium, though, that's good. These are good minerals. Okay, one more trip. All right. I should check out Neptune, because Neptune's got a moon, right? Or does Neptune not have a moon? I feel like Neptune has a moon. Anyway, that's Neptune. Yeah, Neptune's got a moon. Triton. Couple things here. Sure, why not? Let's pick up what we got. Not a lot, but there's some. Is Pluto in this game? Yeah, we actually already visited Pluto. That's where we picked up the Spathy. Ooh. Arsenic. I'll take that. Okay. We've got everything from Triton. I feel like I should probably go back to Mercury. There's definitely more materials to get from Mercury. Oh, did I check Saturn? Did I check your moon already? Check your moon. Okay, there's stuff to get here. It should be fun. Oh, geez. That weather does not look good. That is unpredictable weather, too. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. Let's go back to Earth. But yeah, this game came out in the 90s, so Pluto was still a planet. So it gets counted. I still haven't checked Venus, but like I know Venus is not even worth trying to land on. It's such a hostile planet surface.
Hello, Captain.
Minerals to offload? That's quite a lot of minerals. Oh yeah.
Not a bad job, Captain. Try to avoid getting gruesomely killed, Captain.
Okay. Now let's top off my crew. Outfit starship. I need more turning radius. And another antimatter thruster. There we go.
Yes, Captain? Certainly, Captain. What do you need to know?
Do not require additional
Fine.
information.
Is there anything else you need?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Captain.
I think I do need some more fuel. I want to top up to 50 fuel, so we'll do that. Fuel. Okay. I think it's probably time to leave this system. Hyperspace. There's another star. That's probably Alpha Centauri, right? No, it's Sirius. Well, there's a ship over here. Let's find out who you are. First, let's take a look at the planet. See if I can land on the planet without having to talk to this guy, because... Oh, well, no, he's... Oh, shit! There's a couple of them coming at me. Encounter at Sirius, Planet 1. Converse.
We come in peace.
We come in peace. We are from Earth on a mission of peace.
This is Probe 2418-B. We are on a peaceful mission of exploration. Priority override. New behavior dictated. Must break target into component materials.
Don't attack me. Alright. Ow. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Nope, he blew me up. I should have saved the game. Alright, Fliffo.
Energize.
Okay.
Energize.
Ah. Ooh. Well, that was easy to do. And it looks like my other fire, it's not Alt, it's Shift on this one. So, debris scavenged, 550 RU. Okay, let's see if we can land onto this before the other guy talks to me. Tectonics class 6? Are you shitting me? Oh, that's some good materials, but like, nah. Let's deal with this guy first.
We bring greetings from a friendly species.
What can you tell me about your species? No,
We bring greetings from a friendly species.
Oh yeah, okay. That I accidentally hit something to play it back again. We too come in peace. Please believe us.
This is Pro 2418-B. We seek to make friendly contact with alien life forms. Priority override. New behavior dictated. Must break target into component materials.
So rude. They say we come in peace, but then they keep. Oops. I was hitting shift so many times, the whatchamacallit was like, oh, do you want to activate sticky keys? And I was like, no, I do not. Ack. Holy shit. Would you stop doing that, computer? Okay, we got it. Okay, there. I've turned off sticky keys. Holy shit. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to land here once. Shit. Shit. Actually, it's, I don't know. Tectonic 6, that's really bad. We'll try it, but I've got my hand on escape to flee. Oh, hell no. Hell no, fuck that. Fuck that. Nope, that planet is... We are not going on that planet. Okay, star map. Oh, hang on. Try star map. Okay. So we are here. I can see where the Spathi and the Ilrath space are. Let's, actually, hang on. Can I navigate using this? That's Alpha Wolf, Beta Wolf, Sol, Sirius, Alpha Lyrae. Can I go there? Okay. Hang on. Is there... Yeah, is it possible to just auto-navigate? Yep, autopilot. There we go. Sweet. Okay, we got a couple planets here. Let's see what we got to pick up. Oh, I should also probably save the game. I haven't saved in a while. Okay, scan, auto scan. There's some good minerals here. Weather class 3, tectonics class 1. Okay, so weather might be a little dangerous. Yeah, like that. Krypton. Pretty sure that's ow, ow, ow. Okay, that's all I'm grabbing from this one. Let's go to the other planet. Stop. Okay. Planet 2 in the Alpha Lyrae system. What do we got? It's a noble world. Tectonics class 3. That's okay. I think we're good then. I'll happily pick this stuff up. Helium, xenon. Yep, these are noble gases. Ow. Whoa. Boy, I barely avoided that earthquake. Okay. That's everything from here. Star map, let's go back to Sol. See what kind of resources this will get me. This hyperspace music is chill. Do 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 do. All right, let's go to Earth, offload these minerals, and it's after 10, so I think I will probably just call it after this, but no, I overshot Earth. There we go. Oh my god. I'm not good at aiming.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
Minerals to offload.
I don't mean to criticize, Captain, but wouldn't it be more efficient if you could return with larger loads?
There was not much to get from that space
Try to avoid
station,
getting gruesomely killed,
or
Captain.
from that star system. But I guess I'll just need to go visit a couple more star systems. Fuel, let's bump you up to 50. Shipyard, crew. And bump up my Spathy crew. Okay. All right. You think you like the puppets more? Well, we've only seen a couple of the alien designs. Wait for it. We're gonna see quite a bit of creative alien designs here. I do like the puppets, but you're gonna see some fun aliens in this. But anyway, go ahead and yes, really quit. So thank you all for joining me today. Today was a good stream. Got a lot of topics covered, and I will catch you all on Monday, where I might resume this Ur-Quan Masters, or hang on, or I might play another game. We'll see. Anyway, have a wonderful day. Bye.